at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A, on or about the 17th day of August 2021, Brandon Cervera, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Benjamin Cervera and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, the defendant failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, and the defendant failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera. Paragraph B, on or about the 17th day of August 2021, Brandon Cervera, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had a legal or statutory duty to act and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, the defendant failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, and the defendant failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera against the peace and dignity of the state, signed foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Cervera, to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Thank you very much. You may have a seat. And would the state like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's see you cry for more bread, bro. Cry for more bread, and I'm going to put your fucking ass in squats. Those are the words of this defendant 4 days before his son died of starvation. 4 days before he died of starvation. I want to talk about Benjamin Cervera for a second. He's the defendant's son. His birthday's September 28th of 2016. So at the time of his death, he was just a little shy of a month before his 5th birthday. At the time that he died, this child was 28 pounds. So let's think about what that means. That this child, while this man is telling him, ask for more bread, bro, or I'm gonna put your fucking ass in squats, is dying already. And his response is, right. So, what this case starts off with is a Good Samaritan, essentially, which is Julia Center, and you're going to hear her testify as to she was in town. She doesn't live in town, but she was in town for one of her son's doctor's appointments, and she gets flagged down by the defendant's girlfriend, who she lived with at the time, and that she sees Benjamin, and he's just wearing a diaper, and his body's already limp, and that when she sees him, he doesn't even click to her that this child is almost 5 years old, because she has a young child in her car with her at the same time too. She sees that Miranda is, which is the defendant's girlfriend, she's on the phone. She's not on the phone with 911. And that she's actually the first person who calls 911. And at the time, when Miranda puts Benji in the car, she actually touches his chest to make sure that at that point, this child is actually still breathing. So from there, you're going to see the law enforcement investigation. You're going to hear from several law enforcement officers who saw Benji at the hospital. They saw the defendant and his girlfriend at the hospital. And they also went back to the scene, the apartment where this child was starved for the last 10 months. And what you are going to see is a barrier upon barrier upon barrier to prevent this child from getting food. There's not only a gate at the door, but in the kitchen, there are locks on the cabinets where the food is, and there's a lock on the refrigerator. You're going to see evidence that there was actually cameras in the kitchen which captured some of these things. There's actually also a camera in this child's room that captured his nights where day in and day out, he's begging for food, while Mr. Cervera, the defendant, does absolutely nothing. What you're going to see is also that at some point, the law enforcement gets Miranda Casarez's, which is again the defendant's girlfriend's phone. And in that phone, they do an extraction, and we get a lot of evidence on this case. Evidence which I anticipate you'll see. Number one is that video I talked about at the beginning, where Benjamin, looking like what I can't describe other than, to me, is a concentration camp survivor, eating bread and then begging and then complaining about him eating bread. You're also going to see, I anticipate seeing a video of him standing in the apartment, shivering and saying, "Dad, Dad, can I have some bread?" You're also going to be able to see photographs throughout this period of time where Benjamin, you can see him wasting away day by day. You can see the photo from the beginning to the end, and this child is clearly wasting away. Now, I also anticipate in this trial, you're going to find out that the San Antonio Police Department actually was called to this apartment less than a month before this child died. And to put it frankly, at that time, the San Antonio Police Department, they messed up. And they didn't remove this child from a situation. They're going to explain to you, the officer will explain to you why he missed what he missed, why he missed that this child was going away. You'll see videos of him. When you'll see him when EMS is checking him out, you can see on his back in between his ribs. Finally, but additionally, I anticipate you'll hear from some lay witnesses who Benji had, had control, had taken care of Benji prior to him becoming into the defendant's custody. Those are to include the defendant's own sister, as well as Benji's maternal aunt. And both of them will talk to you about how Benji, he could eat, no problem eating. He had no problem gaining weight. And then lastly, you're going to hear from, I anticipate, two state's experts. The first one is Dr. Kimberly Molina, who is the Bexar County Chief Medical Examiner. And she's going to talk to you about the course and length of her investigation and the steps that she took to get to the right result for what happened, what was the cause of death. Because she's not going to make a rash decision. She's going to look at all of the evidence and give you her ultimate opinion, and that is that Benji was starved to death. She's going to tell you that he had no belly fat. That includes the fat underneath his skin, and that the fat around his internal organs, the mesentery, which should have fat in it, was clear. It was translucent. She's going to provide to you a number of other things that she looked at when ultimately she reached the decision. Most importantly, she's going to talk about the voluminous medical records that she looked at as it relates to Benji. And to show that Benji, for the majority of his life, with the exception of the last 10 months of his life, had no problem gaining weight. That he was following his growth curve, that he was going even into the next growth curve. It's just that last 10 months of his life that he didn't, where he actually fell off the growth curve. You also hear from Dr. James Lucifer, who is just retired, but he was the former director for the Center for Miracles. He is a board-certified child abuse pediatrician. He was actually in the first group of people to ever be board-certified in child abuse pediatrics. He's actually published on starvation. And he did that same review that Dr. Molina did. He looked at all of the medical records. He looked at the autopsy. And what he will tell you is that this child, at the time of his death, was suffering from starvation. The evidence in this case is going to be overwhelmingly clear. It's only going to lead you to one decision. And that decision is that this defendant is guilty of starving his 4-year-old to death. At the end of this trial, the state's going to ask that you find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Rose, would you like to make an opening statement? Yes, Your Honor. If you could just give me a few minutes to set up.
Yes, ma'am.
please the court, state, and proceed. All right, well, my name is, as you know, is Jody Sawyers, and I'm here representing Brandon. And what we want to know is what everybody else wants to know is why Benji died. It has not been resolved by what the medical examiner tells you. We absolutely disagree with the state on the cause of death, but what we can tell you is that it absolutely was not starvation, dehydration, or failure to seek medical care. As the state pointed out, this is Benjamin. The evidence is going to show that he died on August 17, 2021. This is the photo of Benjamin 3 hours before he passed. Benjamin is a 4-year-old boy. He was born September 28th of and I apologize, it's wrong on there, it's September 28th, 2016. He was born with Mongolian spots on his back, which looked like bruises, and they covered a substantial part of his back, and he had those since birth. Now, there are going to be pictures that you see in the trial, or we anticipate you seeing, and I want you to understand that it's not bruising all down his back, because that would be misleading, and you would not want to be misled in that way. But people who don't know that he was born with those would misunderstand. He spent the first 2.5 years of his life with his biological mother, Erica Flores, and during that time he was born premature. He was told at the hospital that by his mother was told that he would always have issues with failure to thrive and other issues. And the medical records will substantiate that they note on there and they give her these kind of forewarnings. January 2019, and he never got over the 5th percentile in weight at any point during his mother's care. January 2019, Benjamin is going to come live with Brandon, and you are going to see that the medical records will show that within a year of living with Brandon, he has gotten close to the 25th percentile in weight. Miranda joins the picture around February of 2020. Now, they have a child, and we're going to get into the family dynamics that the evidence is going to show, but they have Mariah January 2021, and that's how you know, like when you backtrack, it's a year before they get together. All right, Benjamin's family. He is a family in a house full of 4 children. He has a big brother named Brandon Jr. that I believe was approximately 9 years old at that time. He also, Benjamin was 4 years old. He had a stepbrother, Leonidas, who was 3. And then he has a half-sister, Mariah, who's 8 months old. So there's 4 kids in the family, and they kind of have a traditional family dynamic. Mariah stays home with the kids, and Brandon goes and works. And so he's gone Monday through Friday, you know, 8 to 5 or 8 to 6. But it's Miranda who is doing the heavy lifting at the house. She is taking full care of all these kids. Brandon Jr. starts school August 9th, which is approximately 2 weeks before Benjamin passes. During this time, Miranda is waking up all of the kids every morning and putting them in the car to take Brandon Jr. to school. What you'll hear or see in the evidence, because the officers are going to be observing the unannounced, they're going to make a visit on July 20th, 2021, and when they do appear, the apartment is clean, it is stocked with food, it's decorated in an educational way. It has letters and stuff on the walls, posters of a map. Someone who cares, right? The state is going to be required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not that Benjamin starved to death or is dehydrated or was deprived of proper medical care. We're here to tell you that none of that happened. Now, how do I know that none of that happened? Because the evidence points in that direction. This is not a sensational argument about one misstatement by a parent. It is the overall evidence that will show you. Medical visits alone, from July 20th, the evidence will show, to August 17th, 10 plus medical professionals saw Benjamin. This is not a child that is being hidden. It also doesn't even include all the nurses, but they're mandatory reporters, and if they thought that something was wrong, they definitely would have been in a position to be the people to sound the alarm. Those 10 plus medical professionals are going to be made up of 4 EMS people on July 20th, 21, and 4 police officers. You're going to see here evidence that 3 to 5 doctors see him the very next day between the Pearl ER and we call CHOSA, which is the Children's Hospital of San Antonio, and there's in the Center of Miracles, which Center for Miracles really evaluates cases for child abuse. And this case was looked at extensively on July 21st, 2021 by professionals who are trained, including Dr. Lucifer. On July 26th, he's taken to Little Buddies, and on August 10th, he's taken to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he's weighed in each of these instances. Doctors are made aware that there has been an accusation of malnourishment and that Benji has struggled to gain weight. The July 20th, what the state referenced and the evidence is going to show is that there was a report made to, I don't know if it's law enforcement or CPS, by Brandon's relatives. And they claim that Benji, they've seen photos of Benji and he looks malnourished, like he might have lost weight, he's regressed back into diapers. They're going to claim that they saw 2 black eyes. But they're also going to tell you they have no personal knowledge of anything that's going on, but they're going to blame Miranda. They think Miranda has done something to the kid. So police come out, and there's 4 police officers plus 4 EMS, and they're all in the apartment observing the family. And what they do is they interview the parents and they interview the kids, and everybody's cooperative, and nobody is claiming that they're hungry or haven't been fed. You're going to see, like I mentioned earlier, that there's food. Now, also at that time are these locks on the doors of the refrigerator, as the state pointed out, and of cabinets. Interestingly, they're not locked. And the evidence is going to show that while they are there, every single time the officers come, they're not locked. They are put there as people may when you have little babies to keep them out, but Benjamin was able to get in and out of those mechanisms and into the refrigerator, and you're going to see, we anticipate you seeing video surveillance each time he was able to do it, and that there wasn't food being withheld. The next visit was the Pearl ER, and he weighed 14.6 kilograms. Now, the evidence will show that this 1 liter bottle weighs 1 kilogram, and that 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds. This is 2.2 pounds. The evidence will also show that a bottle this size is half a liter, and so it's going to weigh 1.1 pound, right? Now, that same day they go to CHOSA, there's a full medical workup, as I mentioned. We have CT scans, MRIs, labs, all of that. When he is released from CHOSA, he is released with the only thing that is asked is that he do a follow-up with a pediatrician and go see a behavioral specialist, because they suspect autism and behavioral issues that are affecting the child. Child Protective Services sees him somewhere around July 21st, right? You know, everyone's involved right up front. Parents are interviewed, children are interviewed, there's no outcries of any inability to get food or any abuse. Because if there were, Child Protective Services, as you will find out, has the ability to remove children. They don't even need to have a hearing. If they think that it is that a child is in danger, they can without a court order. Little Buddies A week later, he's seeing it at Little Buddies. Again, this pediatrician who is gonna, see the records from him, he doesn't think that there's any concern with, and he is aware as well of the claims of malnourishment. The ENT of San Antonio will put in his records, well nourished and in no acute distress. This is 7 days before Benji passes. Miranda Casarez is the stepmom in this case, and we believe she came into the picture around February 2020, and she was there through August 17th of 2021. So for a year and a half, you're going to see the medical records are going to show that this child did not have any issues under Miranda's care. Now, when there's going to be the babies born in January 2021, they move in March of 2021. All right, this is now March to August, 5 months before Benji passes. These are life stressors that are going to affect the whole family dynamic. And these additional stressors may have resulted in Miranda having postpartum depression. We'll never know because we didn't look at it that way. CPS didn't evaluate her for that. But it's possible that she had postpartum depression. She's exhausted, she's not getting sleep. The evidence is going to show that she's staying up all night to care for Benji, who is repeatedly crying at night. Now, on August 17th, the night before, you're going to hear, we believe, the evidence is going to show that there is a disagreement between Brandon and Mariah. And Brandon calls Mariah out on having raised her voice at Benji. The evidence is not going to show that Brandon had any awareness that Miranda had done anything to this child other than raise her voice. And that's what he's saying. Why are you raising your voice at him? You don't raise your voice to Leonidas. And he tells her, look, if he didn't want the water, you can hear in the recording, if he didn't want the water, just close the door, come in here, close our door, lay down, and go to sleep. He's telling her, go to sleep. She doesn't go to sleep. Next morning, she wakes up at some point, if she does go to sleep, I'm not sure, but she has to have Brandon Jr. at school. So she wakes all the kids up, puts them in the car, takes Brandon Jr., and you're gonna see video recordings of Benji in that car. And he is melting down, and he is crying for bread. And if you take that video in isolation, it might seem pretty horrific. I understand that. But what you're not seeing is what all is happening before it and all the food that this child and water is being provided. We're not going to deny that this child always has suffered or been at risk for a failure to thrive. And when you have life stressors and you have other potential medical issues that have not been ruled out, you are creating potentially this perfect storm where this child passed away, but not because anything that Brandon did or failed to do. He had no awareness that this child was being starved. And as you can see by the as that picture showed, this is what he was seeing. Now, there's going to be multiple people that see the child, or excuse me, that are going to be called to testify with their theories of the case. And Dr. Molina, she does the autopsy on August 18th, and she cannot determine a cause of death. She is going to wait until February of 2022 to issue her finding. And she's only going to issue her finding after she speaks to Detective Size. And Detective Size is going to come in there and have cherry-picked the videos that he shows her that starts this whole thing in motion. to believe that potentially this child is starved. Now, we anticipate having other experts come and testify to help you understand why we know beyond a reasonable doubt that this kid was not starved and was not dehydrated. And it's going to be in the scientific evidence as well as what you, as people who have seen children and yourself, will observe, and your common sense. The BMI was within normal ranges. And that's why each of those professionals that were looking at him did not sound an alarm of, hey, let's hook him up to an IV right now. Let's make sure he can have nutrients, that no one's intentionally depriving this child of nutrients. They did not ask for a nutritionalist to come talk to the kid or be advised by the kid. They did not recommend that he keep a journal or that he be weighed every day. And they did not sound the alarm to a parent that, oh my goodness, maybe I should be concerned because the doctors are telling me this child is at a critical stage. No one says that to him. The weight loss from the time that he is at the last doctor on August 10th to his autopsy weight is 2 pounds. Now, there's gonna see pictures on August 17th of all this fluid that comes out of this child. There is going to be standing urine in his bed. It's a puddle and it's soaked up by these shirts or clothing that's there. There is going to be a diaper that is on this child, and it is full to the max, as if someone dumped him in water in a pool and it expanded. You know what that's what it looked like. There is going to be a bowel movement that is large and hard. Now, the thing about the evidence is going to show you is that you can't have urine without having consumed hydration. You can't have bowel movements without having consumed food. This is not stuff I'm making it up. This is what the evidence is going to show you. The child is able to walk, which if you're dying of starvation, you cannot walk, you don't have the energy. You cannot physically, with your muscles, they're gone. He's not going to have any ligature marks on him that tends to go along with kids that are kept from food. He's not going to have, and then they're going to, the evidence is going to show you can't starve to death in a day or even hours. And ultimately, you're going to see a photo or photos of what it looks like when a child's body has died of starvation versus what Benjamin looked like. Because without that, we as lay people have no clue. A small child, the evidence will show, does not mean that they are about to die or you should have known they were going to die or that you have done anything wrong to that child. Miranda Casarez. You know, I can't say a whole lot about her other than I absolutely know that this child did not die of starvation. What I don't know if she did something though to Benji that day. And I don't know if it's because she had postpartum depression and she snapped. You're going to hear evidence of her rising frustration with this child, a special needs child. She's sleep deprived and she has 4 other kids in the house. It's possible that she suffocated the child or did something to prevent the child from breathing, and that the medical examiner never considered that and cannot rule it out. Miranda is the last person to see Benjamin alive, and she is the only person that he is with from 6 or so in the morning until he passes. Did he have a medical condition? I don't know. And let me be very clear, I cannot say whether or not she did something to that child, but neither can the medical examiner. And I cannot rule out medical conditions, and you're going to hear that from the experts. You're going to hear Dr. Lucifer, and while the state says that he's a state's expert, I believe you're going to hear, truthfully from him, things that are going to undercut their case. Dr. Eric Christensen, he's a forensic pathologist, and he will be called to explain why he thinks that Dr. Molina may have missed some things. Dr. Gebhard, he's a pediatrician, and he generally testifies for the state. The only time that I believe he's ever testified for the defense is going to be on behalf of Benjamin Cervera. Catherine McKinney, she's a licensed dietitian, licensed nutritionalist, registered dietitian, and then she's certified in diabetes care and education specialist. Dr. Richard Tice is a forensic psychologist, and you may also hear from him. All right, so at the end of this, what I'm going to also say that even if the evidence is going to show that Miranda did something, that is not the end of the story. Whether she did something or not does not mean that Brandon knew anything of what she was doing. We have absolute evidence that the child had hydration and food and nourishment and food with the bowel movement, and that he had seen many, many doctors over the course of his last month. Reasonable discipline, you will hear potentially.
Ms. Sawyers, you're at 20 minutes.
Thank you. You will hear potentially that he had the child do wall squats. That is not corporal punishment. And we believe that at this time, you will also see evidence that he was there for the child, and that Benjamin, as captured on the videos, on July 20th, 2021, was very attached to his dad, and his dad was very caring back to him. Thank you, and I ask that you return a verdict of not guilty, because I believe that is a true and correct verdict in this case.
Thank you, counsel. State, will you please call your first witness?
State calls Julia Center.
Would you please have a seat? Make yourself comfortable. Please raise your right hand. State your full name.
Julia Center.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Ms. Center, this microphone is on. You may position it however you need to make yourself comfortable. It is important, we have a court reporter right in front of you who is taking down everything that we say. It's important that you speak slowly and clearly for her and do not speak over anybody. If any of these attorneys stand up while you are speaking, just stop talking, let me attend to them, and then I'll let you know when it's safe to continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. State.
Good morning, Ms. Center. So I first want to ask, in what county do you live?
Live Oak.
And how many children do you have?
2.
How old are they?
2 and 4.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to August of 2021. Did you have occasion in August of 2021 to travel to Bexar County?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that travel?
I was taking my son to the doctor.
Okay. And how old was your son at the time that you were taking him to the doctor?
2.
Okay. Approximately what part of Bexar County were you traveling in? Like what part of county?
I was going to the Corey area.
Okay. From Live Oak?
Yes.
So, did you, on the way to that doctor's appointment, was there anything that had what, if anything, drew your attention while you were traveling to the doctor?
There was a lady coming down some stairs from an apartment carrying a limp child in her arms, waving traffic down, but nobody was stopping.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was driving. I was at the stop sign right on the corner of that apartment complex.
Okay, and where were your children at the time?
My son was in the back seat and I was pregnant with the other one.
Okay. Do you remember what day this would have been in August of 21?
I don't recall the exact date.
Who else did you see there? You said you described a woman holding a limp child. Was there anyone else present?
And then when I pulled over, there was another child in the back seat of the car,
Okay.
of her car.
So you said that you saw her coming down the stairs carrying a child,
Yes,
and you said the child was limp.
yes,
Did it appear to you that the child was conscious?
no.
You said that she had a car, the woman. Where was that?
It was there in the parking lot of the apartment complex.
Was it near to the stairs?
Yes,
You said that there was a child in the back seat, approximately how old?
an infant baby.
Okay. What did you observe about the child that you described as limp and unconscious?
He was wearing a very saggy diaper, no other clothing. He was very skinny, and he was at that point when I had pulled over, he was in the front seat of the car, breathing but not talking, responding anything. He had mucousy blood coming out of his mouth.
Well, you said that he appeared skinny to you. What about him made him seem skinny?
You could see his bones. He was just very skinny. He had a little bit of bruising on his body.
I want to clarify something. You said that you could see his bones. Do you mean that he had an injury such that bones were visible?
No, not from an injury.
But, so how were the bones visible?
Skinny,
So he was so skinny that you could see the bones through the skin.
yes,
It was not that there was a wound that you could actually see a bone.
correct.
What bones were you able, do you remember being able to see of the child through the skin?
His ribs and his shoulders,
And that was while he was lying in the front seat?
yes.
How had he gotten to the front seat?
She was carrying him down the stairs, and by the time I pulled over, that's where she sat him, in the front seat of the car.
Okay. What else did you observe happening on scene while you're coming upon this scene?
She was carrying him down, and she was on the phone with the other hand.
Okay. You say that she was on the phone. How were you able to overhear any part of her conversation?
I pulled over and I had asked her if she had called 911, and she said no, so I called 911.
Okay. So so that led you to believe that she wasn't on the phone tonight.
Correct.
Were you able to figure out from listening who she was on the phone with?
Yeah, it sounded, she said,
Objection, Your Honor. She has no personal knowledge of who was on the phone.
That's sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
So she represented to you that it was not 911?
correct,
Okay. So you called 911?
yes.
What did you tell them?
That there was a child who was breathing but not responding, and she had asked me to follow her to the hospital at that point, and 911 asked that I stay on the phone with them.
Okay. How long were you on the phone with 911?
I started to follow her to the hospital, and through traffic we got separated, and then at that point me and the dispatcher had got off the phone. I was probably on the phone with them less than 10 minutes.
So when was the next, what did you do once you lost her in traffic and you were no longer talking to 911?
I was kind of pulled over and gathered my thoughts, and then later on that afternoon the dispatcher had called me back and told me that she had made it to the hospital with the child.
Okay, and after that point, did you ever speak to any police officers in association with this case?
No.
So who was the next person to contact you regarding this case? Mr. Mirio?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you had described him as being skinny. Approximately how much is your 2-year-old
Objection,
weigh?
Your Honor, it's not relevant.
How is that relevant, Mr. D'Amico?
The judge is establishing basis of opinion to establish the physical condition of the child.
And Your Honor, they haven't offered her as an expert, and she has no experience at this point.
Judge, she's a mother that gives her experience with young children and what size they are.
You can ask the witness regarding how she came to the conclusion, but asking her specific questions about the state of her child and the health of her child, that in particular will be, the objection will be granted as to that. He's going to ask you another question.
Do you know who Benjamin Cervera is?
Yeah.
The child that you saw, would it surprise you to learn that that child was almost 5 years old?
Yes.
Why would that surprise you?
So he was very skinny, very small for his age. He was still wearing a diaper.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Ms. Sawyers.
Thank you. All right, so do you recall the road that you were driving on when you happened to see, who you claim is Miranda?
No, ma'am, I don't. I'm not very familiar with the area.
Okay, if I showed you a photo of that location, would that help?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to need to ask for exhibit stickers.
Sure.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Okay. And can you look at the other photos just to be sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so at this location, well, at this stage, Your Honor, I've moved to admit defendant's exhibit. Are they accurate representations of that location, according to your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit defendant's exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
Defendant's exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Right, so this is defendant's exhibit 1. Can you see that? All right. And so were you driving where that car is with the lights on? Was this the street you were coming down?
I don't recall which way I was coming from, but I think I was going that way, maybe.
Ms. Sancho, you can take that microphone and move it to the side. Thank you.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 3, which, I apologize. is going to be from another angle, a side angle of the building. You weren't on this side of the
No.
building.
No,
You
ma'am.
were on the side of the building that has the sunset in the background.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to be fair, this was at 11 or so in the morning. So
Yes.
wouldn't have had a sunrise or sunset. I apologize, a sunrise or sunset.
Correct.
And then this is Defendant's Exhibit 2. And would you agree with me, this is a further out view
Yes.
of that? All right. So I'm gonna,
Okay.
now, just to be clear, you state that you saw her coming downstairs. What did the stairs look like?
A staircase. I don't recall exactly.
Was it 5 stairs, 10 stairs, do you remember?
I'm not sure.
And do you remember testifying previously under oath that you saw her holding 2 children in her hands?
No, one child.
You don't recall that?
No, ma'am. The other kid was in the back of the car.
How many children were present at that time?
2.
So there weren't 3 children there?
No.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 4 through 8, and ask if you recognize that's the area in which you saw Miranda.
I'm pulled in right here.
Okay, and if you'll, I'm going to ask that if you could mark where you pulled in with a J for Julie. And where was, you said that there was a car that you saw that Miranda had a child in.
Yes.
Where can you put an M for where the car was located that she was in? All right. And then where is it, if you can, by putting a star, that Miranda was standing when you first saw her, when you first saw her?
What letter did you want me to put?
A star. Okay. And at any point, did you see, besides her standing at where the star or the car that's marked with an M, that's her car, did you see her anywhere else?
No.
It was those locations?
Yes.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of your testimony that I just questioned you about?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that Defendant's Exhibit 5 be admitted.
Judge, we would object to its admission as a general exhibit, but as a demonstrative, we have no objection to assist the jury's verdict.
May I please see the exhibit? I'm going to overrule the objection. Defense Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Do I have permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5, and you would agree with me that you claim that your car is parked here where the J is?
Yes.
Now, when you were driving up, did you just drive upon her and stop, or did you drive past her and turn around and come back?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, and then you say that M, is it where, and you have an M that's kind of in between two spots, is it indicating that she was parked in where the silver, it looks like maybe a Toyota, was, or in the empty spot to the left of the M?
I do not recall the exact parking spot.
Okay. But in looking at building number 1 that has a now leasing sign on it, would you agree with me that you put a star to the left of that building and that's where you claim she was standing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you see her for the first time, is she walking this way to
Yes.
the car? All right. And was she waving people down?
Yes.
Okay. And waving people down with a cell phone in her hand and a limp child?
Yes.
So the limp child was with her at that time?
Yes.
Did you make a statement, earlier you stated that the only person you talked to after the 911 person was Mr. Villarreal.
Correct.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Size and giving a statement regarding this?
I do, yes. No, I do.
And would your statement at the time to Detective Size would you remember more at that time or today?
I'm not sure.
Like details of the situation?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you tell Detective Size that there were 3 kids there at the time?
I don't think that I did, no.
And did you tell him at that time that this lady was flagging down people to stop and she had her limp son in one arm and another baby in another arm, and she was walking down the stairs?
The baby was already in the back seat of the car.
And then did you also tell him subsequent to that she was walking to her car where one of the kids was already in the car?
Yes.
Okay. So were you being accurate at the time when you told Detective Sides that there were 2 kids in her arm? Or are you being accurate now when you're saying there's only 1?
I remember 2 kids.
And I understand that. But when you saw her at the time, you claimed that she had 2 kids in her arms.
I remember 2 kids being there.
Would, Your Honor, can I approach for a second with counsel? Of that same corner coming around, right, where she was standing. Would you agree with me that there's no stairs anywhere around there?
Correct.
Now, you claim that you know that Benji was breathing at the
Yes.
time. Is
Yes.
that your testimony today?
Yes.
But is it possible that over time you may have misremembered whether or not he was breathing?
I wouldn't misremember that.
Okay. So it's your testimony today that you couldn't possibly have been mistaken of whether the child had already passed when you saw the child.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
He was still breathing at the time. I physically got out and touched him and his chest was moving.
And do you recall, was this around 11 in the morning?
Yeah, it was around lunchtime.
Okay. All right, thank you. I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
We would ask you to be excused.
Yes, I
Ms. Center, thank you very much. You are excused. State your next witness.
State calls Officer Rosendo Hoyos.
Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please raise your right hand and state your full name?
Rosendo Hoyos III.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Officer, that microphone is on and can be moved however you need to so that we can hear you.
Okay.
And state, please.
Officer Hoyos, could you please spell your first name for the record?
Rosendo, it's Rosendo.
Officer Hoyos, how are you employed?
With San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
just short of 25. I'm at 24 in 9 months.
During that time, what positions have you had?
I was a patrolman the entire time.
Did you patrol in different jurisdictions during the time?
Yes, sir.
And how does that work when you're on patrol?
We are assigned certain areas which are broken down into districts, and we kind of primarily stay in that area. There's times to where we get jumped over, crossed over to different parts to respond to calls.
So would it be fair to say that there's always patrol assigned to some part of San Antonio
Yes, sir.
at all times?
Yes, sir.
And how many shifts are there?
Currently we've got 4 shifts.
So there's kind of like coverage where you may get assigned to a different region or a different time slot, but you're sort of always doing the same thing as patrol, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Could you please describe for the jury kind of what the responsibilities are specifically of patrolmen?
We answer all kinds of calls. It doesn't matter if it's for dogs in the neighborhood or, to more aggravated offenses, but everything in between. It's a large spectrum.
Would it be fair to say that who's usually the first person on scene at a potential offense?
The patrolman is usually the first individual that's on the scene.
So how is it that when you're on patrol, you determine what calls you need to go to?
We have a dispatcher, and the dispatcher gets the calls from the call taker, and she's fed all these calls, and she looks at her screen to see who's going to end up going to what call, whoever's
So-
closest.
So basically, when someone calls 911, where does that call go?
It goes to the call takers, 911 call takers.
And then who do they communicate with at the police department?
They take down all the information and they send it off to our dispatchers.
Okay, and then it's the dispatchers that assign to patrol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so were you on duty in your patrol capacity on August the 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what your assignment was that day?
The assignment was 2110. I was working neighboring to the call that I'm here for.
Okay, so like what kind of area part of town is that?
Central side, just right to the to the west of 35, north of Ceballos, as far as, I believe it's Houston now.
Okay, so that day, did you have occasion to be dispatched to the Children's Hospital of San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And what case number was that in relation to?
Oh, I do not recall
You don't
the
recall
case
the
number. I don't
case number?
recall a lot of case numbers due to having numerous calls, yeah.
How was the case number created?
Okay, so we have an incident number that's assigned to us on every single call we go to. We generate the case number by hitting the tab on our screen, which automatically generates that there's going to be a report written for this.
And what is the format of that? I mean, what is like, never mind, I'll withdraw the question. Could you bring your mic a little closer so we can make sure we're picking you up? Do you recall making a report in regards to that incident at the Children's Hospital on August the 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your memory as to what the SAPD case number was if you were to review a copy of your report?
Oh, yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Tendering the defense has been marked as State Exhibit 1. Officer Hoyos, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's my report.
And could you please use it to refresh your memory as to what the SAPD case number was for that call that you responded to
Yes,
on the
sir.
17th?
Yes, sir. It's SAPD 21-16-08-86.
And I'm going to remind you to just use the document to refresh your memory. Please don't testify directly from it.
All right.
So, being dispatched to the Children's Hospital of San Antonio, where is that located?
Oh, it's on Santa Rosa Street, the exact, 333 North Santa Rosa.
And what was the nature of that call that you were responding to?
Your Honor, if we could approach, just wait a second.
Sure.
So the question was, what was the nature of the call that you were responding to?
Originally, it was a call for injured, there was a child, there was an injury for a child.
And did you have any information before you arrived on scene of the age of the child?
Yes, I believe it's stated in the details, 4-year-old child.
What was the, who was it that contacted the police to respond to the hospital, if you know?
Hospital staff.
Okay. When you're dispatched to a scene like that, you said an injured person, a 4-year-old, what are your kind of responsibilities as the first officer showing up on scene?
Usually talk to staff, find out what information they've got, all personal data pertaining to why I'm there. Then we'll separate the individuals if possible and talk to them separately. If it's a small, something minor, we'll just talk to them while they're together.
Okay. So when you're speaking, okay, in what order did you do those things on this day? Do you remember?
Got there, I spoke to hospital staff. They briefed me with what they had. They told me that Benjamin was in a certain room. They told me they had the mother separated, and there was other family members that were there also in a separate room or another different hall.
Now, when you say the mother, who are you referring to?
Miranda
Okay.
Casarez.
Do you know if she's the biological mother of Benjamin or not?
No, she's not.
Okay. So she's the caretaker, she's not the biological mother.
Correct.
And they said, so Benjamin was already in a different room, she had been separated, there were other family members.
Yes.
Okay. Do you go check on Benjamin?
Not right away. I was trying to get details from the staff,
Okay.
what information they had.
Yeah, and so you speak to staff and they give you the information like, for example, who the injured party is, right?
Yes, sir.
And like what steps they're taking to try to assist him, right?
Correct.
And then other people who are present, like you said. After that, what do you do next?
Well, that time I was told that he had passed away. Which totally took me by surprise because I'm there to see a child that has injuries. At that time, I trying to get assistance from officers and security to try and keep an eye on Mom, the other family members. And then I believe I went to go see Benjamin.
I have here what's been marked as States Exhibits 2 through 14, tendering to defense for inspection. Commissioner, first witness, I believe I already have it, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to first show you States Exhibits 2 through 13. Can you please review States 2 through 13 and let me know if you've seen those before?
I'm assuming that's 14.
Yes, this is 14, that's correct. So do you recognize States 2 through 13?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
Pictures of Benjamin as he's lying on the gurney.
And so are States 2 through 13, are those a fair and accurate representation of Benjamin Cervera's body when you viewed him at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer to admit States 2 through 13 into evidence.
No objection. States Exhibits 2 through 13 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. So looking at States 2, this is all after you had seen him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So who was it that actually took these photographs?
I believe the CSI that I called, well, that arrived after I called for was Tiffany Lozano.
Okay. And so these, in States 3, it's kind of hard to see. There's something under the ear there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what's being measured in States 4?
Appears to be a bruise on his forehead, right side of his forehead.
And in States 5, what is that showing?
He's got a tube, I'm sorry. I apologize. He's got a tube that's coming out of his mouth. His best.
In States 6, what, if anything, do you notice about the ear?
There's blood coming out of there. Well, it's dry blood that's coming out of his ear.
In States 7, what is this picture of?
That's Benjamin's back, and he's got bruises from there all the way down to his buttocks.
And I'm going to show you, it's kind of hard to see on the Scantron, but looking at State 7, can you see any hair visible in State 7?
Yes, sir.
In States 8, what is shown in that?
Those are his buttocks bruising. Looks like some old bruising as well.
I'm going to skip to States 10. What is States 10 showing?
Benjamin lying there in a diaper. He had soiled himself.
And so the diaper appeared soiled, is that?
Yes,
And then there's some other moisture here, is that correct?
yes, sir. I don't know what that is from.
And then in states 13.
More bruising.
So, how would you describe the physical condition of Benjamin Cervera's body when you observed it?
Poorly. He showed signs of abuse, bruising.
Objection, Your Honor. He is not qualified as an expert and is not able to testify whether or not those were sons.
That objection is sustained.
So, physically, would you say that that he appeared to have a healthy amount of weight?
No, sir.
Yes.
Objection again, he's not an expert and not qualified to make that opinion.
Sustained.
And, Your Honor, I would ask for the jury to be instructed to disregard the prior.
The jury will disregard the last answer of the witness.
Was he thin?
Yes,
Could you see bones through his skin?
yes.
Where?
Chest cavity area, his legs. I've got children, I've got grandchildren, and they don't have that.
Non-responsive.
Sustained. And also, Officer De Hoyos, I'm going to have you speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
We're having issue. I'm having a little bit of an issue hearing you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. D'Amico.
So, after you viewed Benjamin's body, what did you do next at the hospital?
That day, I had lieutenant sergeants talking to me. I was trying to get information. It was fairly hectic. I believe I talked to the staff, and like I said earlier, I was trying to get hospital security to assist and watch certain areas. I had called for extra officers.
So what's the purpose of asking for hospital staff to kind of be watching these people who are at the hospital?
Just want to make sure that nobody ends up leaving, or, I don't want to go back to a room and find out an individual that we need to talk to is not there.
Yeah. What is SAPD's training as far as when you arrive on scene and there's multiple potential witnesses and maybe say they're all huddled together talking?
We try and separate
Why is that?
everyone, so that way the stories are to each individual. That way they're not corroborated. Once somebody else starts talking, usually somebody else agrees with that. We get more information talking to each individual separately.
So if, for example, you had a case who was a complainant, right? They're making a complaint that a crime might have happened.
Yes, sir.
And they're on scene and the defendant is there. Would the policy be to separate them before questioning them or questioning them while they're still together?
No, we want to separate them, preferably, yes.
So after you've done all this work about talking to the staff, looking at Benjamin's body, you've done work to make sure the witnesses are separated. Which, if any, of those witnesses do you yourself speak to on scene?
I spoke to Miranda, just letting her know what was going to happen. I was waiting for detectives to arrive on scene. I went to go talk to her biological mother and the aunt, and Brandon was in that room as well, the father. There was just a lot of emotions going on. Biological mother was crying and distraught.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, and at this state, in 403 or 441.
That's overruled. You can go ahead.
So you said that you had spoken to the aunt. Do you recall the name of the aunt that you spoke to?
Yes, I spoke to her in the hallway. Her name was Candace Sanchez, I believe is what it was.
Oh, okay. So, and you said that Brandon Cervera, the father of Benjamin, was in the room Did you speak to him?
I didn't ask any direct questions. I was just letting them know that, you know, we had detectives on the way. I was trying to calm down.
So when you say
situation.
them, who was with the defendant when you were talking?
That would be the biological mother, whose name escapes me. And I believe it was her sister or niece. It was some other family member that was there next to her.
Of the biological?
Correct, yes, sir.
Do you recognize the person who you identified as the father of Benjamin Cervera here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. It's right there in gray suit.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. You said that you were waiting for detectives to arrive. How is it that detectives get involved in an investigation?
Well, depending on the call, we decide what unit we're going to call, which is going to dispatch, or they're going to self-assign themselves to our case. And this case, since it was a child who passed away, we have to contact homicide.
Okay. So who was it that you contacted? Which detective? How does that work?
So there's usually a call taker assigned for the day, and that detective will get all the pertinent information down and talk to somebody else that's there in the office, and they get assigned to go to, or whoever's available, I'm assuming, to get assigned to the case.
So how do a detective's responsibilities to a case differ from yours as a patrolman?
Theirs is more pertinent to the elements of the offense. They want to get extreme information that they know that they need or require for whatever call it is.
So when you make a scene, do you always call a detective?
If we feel the need that we need a detective, depending on the aggravated offense, usually, yes.
So if it's a type of crime where there might be a detective assigned, you would contact that division?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then you give them all your information as the patrolman, right?
Yes, sir.
But you said something about as far as meeting the elements. Does that mean the charging decisions?
Correct.
Okay, so generally speaking, you would say it's fair to say that it's a detective that does charging decisions, not a patrolman?
Correct. Sometimes I'm told, or we, as patrolmen, are told to title this as whatever they think for now, and then later on during the investigation, they'll bump it up if they need to, or they'll leave it as is. And if I'm mistaken, he told me to go ahead and write it up as an apparent sudden death at that time.
Okay, and so what does that mean when you say an apparent sudden death?
Just so we have a individual that has passed away.
Okay, and so I mean, but just that designation, that's like a type of report, right?
Yes, sir.
And when is it used? I mean, obviously there has to be a death, and I would assume it's sudden, but is it used only in certain types of situations, or how does that work?
Gosh, it ranges. It's like for suicides or wherever there's some sort of death that we're going to go ahead and assign this report, apparent sudden death, at that time.
So, okay. So the follow-up investigation, because you had said, you know, maybe depending on the follow-up and get investigation, the charges change. Remember you
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Who is it that's responsible for conducting those follow-up investigations?
The detectives that are assigned.
Okay. So, I want to take you back in time to after you've spoken to the witnesses on scene. So this is after you've already spoken to staff and seen Benjamin. Do you recall ever observing Miranda's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that located?
I was parked outside of the emergency room drive where first responders pull up. Apparently she had followed EMS.
And is a photo of that what's described in States 14?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me let you look at States
I
14.
remember it was a Chevrolet Malibu, I believe.
I'm showing you it's been marked as States 14.
Silver color.
Do you recognize States 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is States 14 a fair and accurate representation of that vehicle as you viewed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, we would offer States 14. I believe I've already tendered to defense, but I'll do so.
No objection.
States Exhibit 14 is admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Judge. So looking at States 14, this is right outside of the Children's Hospital?
Yes, sir. Emergency room.
Okay. And when you observed the vehicle, what did you notice about it?
It was parked out there. I believe there was a baby seat inside there. But that's all that I can recollect about that.
From the hospital, I assume how long does it take for all of these other people that you need to assist you in this developing case to arrive at the scene?
It varies. The detectives may be tied up elsewhere, or they might be there in the office. I can't really give you a specific time.
Would it be fair to say you were at the hospital for a few hours?
Yes.
When was it that you left the hospital?
I'm going to say right around 2 something, maybe 3.
In the afternoon.
Yes.
So, did you have any other responsibilities on scene before you wrote your report and kind of handed off to detectives? Did you transport anyone?
No, I personally did not transport anybody. Other officers did, if I'm not mistaken. They transported.
And what was your understanding of the transporting that was done by other officers?
Just that they were being transported. I mean,
Who was being transported?
individuals that were possibly, well, they needed information and more in-depth detail.
So for example, like the people who you described earlier as the witnesses that you had separated,
Yes.
some of those people were transported by other officers where?
To headquarters, to the homicide unit.
Okay. And that was to speak with detectives, right?
Correct.
And how does that comport with general SAPD policy?
They usually conduct their interview there.
And that's at the request of the detective that they would be transported, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just wanted to pass it.
Counsel. Yes. Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit 6, 7, and 8. Do you mind reviewing those, telling me if you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that defendants exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Defendants Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 are admitted and may be published.
So, I'm going to start with defendants exhibit, and do you know how to make this like?
There's a plus
Oh, it's
or
on the
minus.
side.
It's these two down here. So that one goes down, and then one goes down.
All right. Well, showing you what's been marked defendants exhibit 6, do you see the blood that is coming out of his nose? The little
I see
streak
a
of blood.
little red mark, yes.
And showing you what's been marked as defendants exhibit 8. Do you see all of by this little boy's body?
It might be urine, it may be some of the saline. I can't honestly say, but, yeah.
They should be up there.
Report?
No, they're not.
Are they not up there?
No, those are mine.
Sorry.
No worries at all. Now, earlier you testified that he had soiled himself, correct? But now you're not so sure.
No, the staff told me that he soiled himself. I can't say that all of that is from Benjamin. I saw tubes there, and so it could be saline or some other.
Okay, and on State's Exhibit 8, can you see where that same liquid? Do you see that on State's Exhibit 8?
I
Can you see it
can't
from
really.
home? Sorry, I'm gonna hand it to you personally.
Okay.
This is messing up the image.
I believe I see some of the diaper that looks kind of like a yellowish tinge, which I assume is urine.
And then in comparing that to Defendant's Exhibit 8, would you agree that that's the same, like when he is rolled over, that's what's underneath him, correct?
Yes, what's what, yes.
Okay. Can I leave your photos up here?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Now, you said that that was a picture of her car. Is
The
it-
vehicle she was driving, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you also happen to look inside the car?
For a brief moment, yes, from what I remember, yes.
And you would agree with me that Benji was transported to the hospital in the front right passenger seat, correct?
I couldn't honestly say. I don't remember that information. I know that there was 2 other children in the vehicle, so a total of 3 plus Miranda.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 9, 10, and 11. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I ask for defendants exhibit 9, 10, and 11 to be admitted.
Judge, I'm going to object to predicate just because he recognizes that it doesn't say what the context is or relevancy.
The objection from the state is sustained.
The child was transported to, well, let me ask you this. Miranda calls 911. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No, I don't know if it was her, but it was somebody else that had called.
Okay. But are you aware that she stops at Josephine and Broadway to wait for EMS?
That's what I was told by the hospital staff, which she told.
And at that point, EMS arrives and she's doing CPR.
CPR.
Sorry, CPR.
That's what I'm told, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the inside of the car would be relevant for purposes of seeing what it looked like and what Benji was being transported in, correct?
Correct, for a possible crime scene.
Okay. And so you did observe the car that day.
Yes,
And Defendant's Exhibit 9 and Defendant's Exhibit 10 are pictures of the inside of that car, correct?
it appears so, yes, ma'am.
And Defendant's Exhibit 11 is a photo of Miranda Casarez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw her that day.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke with her.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what she looked like that day, correct?
I don't recall the
Do you need to
shirt.
see it again?
Sure.
Who took these photos?
That would be Tiffany Lozano. She's our CSI.
Okay.
I'm assuming that she's the one that photographed. She was the only one there with the camera.
Is that an accurate representation of
Yeah.
what you observed Miranda to look like on
Yes.
August 17th, 2021 at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask for Defendant's Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 to be admitted.
No objection.
Defendants Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 are admitted and may be published.
Okay, so, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 9. You would agree that that's the inside photo of the car, looking from the driver's side,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And that Defendant's Exhibit number 10, make sure it's turned right, is a photo of liquid that's in a seat, correct?
At one point in time, yes.
Okay. And that it's wet, it's fresh wetness. It's dark.
It's dark. I mean, I've had lots of cases where there's some sort of syrupy type mixture. It usually dries up a little darker than just regular liquid, such as water or Gatorade or something like that. I can't say that is urine.
Sure. And you're in charge of the crime scene at that point, or who's in charge of it?
Well, I pretty much got control of all parties till the detectives get there, till I get other officers out there to help me out.
And you're in charge of securing evidence, correct?
Yes.
Did you take any samples of the liquid in the seat to see what it was?
No, ma'am, we as officers don't do that. CSI will take samples.
Are you aware of whether Tiffany Lozano took a sample?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and this is what you said Miranda Casarez looked like that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that she has blood on her shirt on both shoulders?
It appears so, yes,
Okay.
reddish, yeah.
Did you ask her how that got there?
I did not, ma'am.
Now, if there were two other kids in the car, do you know that there's two other kids there that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall them being around 8 months, and the other one being maybe 3 years?
Yeah, right about there.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it appears to be the same vehicle. I don't remember the exact number of car seats that were there, but it just vague scan.
Okay, but it's a photo of the back seat of the vehicle as it was at the hospital that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it appears so, yes.
Okay. And I'm tendering Defendant's Exhibit 12, and asking for it to be admitted.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 12 is admitted and may be published.
All right, so when I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit 12, that car that Miranda brings to the hospital, that it was used before that to transport Benji,
Yes,
right? You can see that there's 2 car seats on either side in the back seat, correct?
Two forward facing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, did you learn that day what Miranda's version of events were?
I
I'm objecting here, Judge.
That question can be answered, that question in particular. Any question as to what her statements were, I will sustain the objection.
Did you learn
yes, ma'am.
Miranda's version of events?
I did not speak to her about all those events. A lot of the information I got was from the hospital staff. My lieutenant was calling me, my sergeant, and,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
okay.
That's sustained, and officer, I just need to remind you just to speak up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just speak up, speak a little slower so that we can all hear you and just speak clearly.
Okay.
Counsel, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, you did learn from somebody what Miranda claimed the version of events were that day?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in learning what the version of events were, did you become aware that she stopped at Broadway and Josephine?
From what I was told, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know what her address was that day?
It was an address off of Eisenhower's where she resided. I don't remember the specific. It was an apartment, I can say that.
Would looking at your police report and State's Exhibit 1 refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. And you were asking for her address?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it is, my report reads 3031 Eisenhower Road.
And do you normally patrol in that area, or is that outside of your?
No, that's a totally different section, still within SAPD's jurisdiction, but I work central, and I believe that's North Patrol.
Would Josephine and Broadway be in your district?
In my district, no, it is considered central.
Do you recall whether or not it was at a Bolero that she was stopped?
I believe it was a gas station, but I can't honestly say it was Valero.
Have you ever used Google Maps before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you use it to kind of estimate the distance between one address and the other?
For traffic accidents,
Okay, so
Yeah.
you've used it before?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you just Google Maps and my computer.
Yes, ma'am.
And if it helps, how long is the distance between 3031 Eisenhower Road and Josephine and Broadway?
According to Google Maps, it's 4.5 miles.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take to go that distance?
I'm checking, calls for speculation, Judge.
That's sustained.
So, at that location, it is where CPR is being performed, correct?
I can't honestly say, but that's what I gathered from what Miranda had told hospital staff.
And did you develop a timeline for?
I'm sorry, real quick. It may have been the fire department that briefed the hospital staff also. Yes.
Okay, but did you develop a timeline from when she left 3031 Eisenhower to when she got to Broadway and Josephine?
She had woken up that morning right around 10 o'clock.
Check to hearsay, Judge. Also not responsive.
I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, but so is it accurate to say that you had developed a timeline of what?
According to what was said, it was after 10 o'clock because 10 o'clock is around the time that she woke up and she saw that Benjamin was foaming from the mouth.
And at that time, do you know when the 911 call was made?
If I'm not mistaken, I got to the hospital, or I was dispatched out there at 11:40, and so sometime between 10 and 11:40.
Would seeing a incident detail report in this case refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call came in?
Sure. Incident details for our dispatch. Yeah, yes, if it has it in there.
Okay. All right, I apologize, because you don't respond to the 911 call, do you?
No, ma'am, I went straight to the hospital. That's where I was dispatched to.
But you respond to a call from hospital staff, not to a call that came through 911 dispatch.
Correct, yeah.
What was Miranda's demeanor at the hospital?
It was pretty much, she didn't seem like there was a child that had passed. Most people are usually crying and all kinds of emotions going on. She just kind of looked like a look of, how can I describe it? Like as if though everything was okay type thing.
Now, but the other family members there all had, they were crying and all had appropriate, what you perceived as appropriate responses to the situation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that Brandon Cervera was there at the hospital.
Yes.
But now, are you aware that Benjamin Cervera had Mongolian spots?
No, other than what I saw on him, but that was it. No.
Do you know what Mongolian spots are?
Are those the old bruising? Yes.
That
No.
they look like bruising
Yes.
on his back and buttocks? Here.
If that's where you're telling me it was at, then what I saw was bruising from his neck down to his buttocks. I couldn't tell you specifically what it was.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Domingo?
Yes, Judge. I'm going to show you some exhibits. Over with the fence. Okay. So, showing you State's Exhibit 10. You had talked about this with defense. Do you know what these sort of wire-looking things on his body are?
Leads.
Sorry?
Leads to get, heartbeats, respirations, I guess, information that staff needs.
And so in speaking with staff, did they tell you that they had given him any kind of fluids as part of their treatment?
Not that I can recollect. I can't honestly say that.
Do you recall, I mean, you said that this wetness, you weren't sure, it could have been urine or it could have been saline.
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
When you were speaking with defense about this, and she asked you if this was urine, what was your response?
I can't honestly say that that is all urine.
In your response, did you mention saline?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Previous calls that I've had before, there's liquid all over the place sometimes. And so I'm assuming that they may have used something.
So sometimes people are hydrated, including a saline solution, when they're being treated.
And objection, Your Honor, calls for facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. Here, State's 10. Did you go and touch that?
I did not, sir.
Can you tell this jury if that was wet
I honestly can't.
or if it was just a stain?
Like I said, in my tenure in the department, there's certain stains that are dry, but they appear to be wet.
In State's 11, you had spoken with defense about these red marks on her shirt, and she had said that those appeared to be blood. You agreed with that statement, right?
I'm assuming yes, because there was blood on Benjamin.
So it's an assumption. You don't know for a fact that's blood.
No, I don't. I think I mentioned that it was reddish.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions at this time.
May this witness be excused?
No.
Okay. Officer Hoyos, you are excused for now. However, you are still on call. Please keep in touch with the state and they will let you know if we need you back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break. It is 12:35. We're going to go ahead and take a 1 hour break till 1:35. Please remember the instructions that I have given you. Please do not look up or research anything or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Mr. Acosta, that microphone is on and it can be moved however you need to so that we can all hear you. The young lady in front of you is a court reporter. She's writing down everything that we say, so it's important that you speak clearly for her and loudly, and please do not speak over anybody. Thank you very much. Stay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Acosta, could you please spell your first name for the record?
Yes, it is Devon.
And how are you employed, Mr. Acosta?
I'm employed with the City of San Antonio with the Metropolitan Health District
And how long have you worked for them?
since June of 2022.
Okay, and what did you do before June of 2022?
I was a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department
And how long were you a crime scene investigator with SAPD?
from June of 2018 to June of 2022, 4 years.
So, what are the responsibilities in that role that you serve in?
We go out to scenes to assist detectives or officers with photographs, collecting evidence, and just initial report writing.
So, how is it that you as a CSI would decide to go to a scene?
We would get assigned by dispatchers or if an officer requests us over the radio.
You could be requested by an officer, but could you also be requested by a detective?
By a detective or even an additional CSI who needs help or anything like that.
So how does that process work when you get on a scene? What is it that you're looking to do?
It depends. We get there, it's not our responsibility to like investigate. We go off of what the detectives want us to do, want us to look for, or the officers.
So were you working in that capacity as a CSI on August the 17th of 2021?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to be called to 3031 Eisenhower Road?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of your call there?
It was to basically, it sounds like photograph an apartment, but it was to kind of head out there and await a detective, homicide detective to get there.
Okay. Where is that location located?
The apartment off of Eisenhower Road?
Would that be located inside Bexar County?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You said that you made the scene and you had to wait for potentially other people to arrive. Who was that?
It was a homicide detective with SAPD, Detective Goodwin.
And is that typical that you would wait until detectives arrive before you begin processes?
Yes.
Why is that?
For this particular reason, we couldn't enter the apartment. They were going to bring a consent to search form.
Okay. So the reason that you were entering the apartment was at the request of police, but that was because of the consent of someone who lived there?
Correct.
Okay. When you made the scene, what did you do to document the scene once you spoke with detectives, etc.?
What we would do is just kind of walk through the apartment, starting from the outside, working our way in, and just kind of photograph everything as is without touching anything, moving stuff, just to kind of look how it looks originally. And then from there, the detective kind of tells us where to go.
Okay. And when you say tells us where to go, what do you mean by that?
Just like photographs, photograph this, please, try to get this, please, and stuff like that.
They might tell you to collect certain items of evidence.
Correct. If they want anything collected, they'll tell us to do it.
How many photos did you take of that apartment that you were dispatched to?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you remember writing the report in your capacity as a CSI in association with this search?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to the number of photos you took to review that report?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Permission to approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Acosta. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 15?
Yes,
And what is it?
it is my supplement report.
What are the circumstances in which you write a supplement report?
Anytime we get called out or requested to actually do stuff, we have to do a supplement report of what we did.
And what case number is that report associated with?
SAPD 21160886.
And what was the address that you were dispatched to?
3031 Eisenhower Road.
Does it appear to be that there's an apartment number?
Yes, number 1.
And how many photographs did you take inside the apartment?
185.
Okay. 185 photos. How would you describe that process? I mean, when you're taking photos, what are you looking for? What are you doing?
Just anything out of the ordinary, but also just photographing everything, essentially. So from the center of the room, just a 360. The doorways, entryways, anything out of the ordinary. And then, of course, anything requested by detectives or officers.
When you arrived on scene, was there anyone in the apartment?
No, not in the apartment.
When you entered the apartment, who else was there?
There was some SAPD officers, and then, of course, the detective.
I'm tendering to defense, which was previously marked as State's Exhibits 16 through 73.
Mr. D'Amico, I'm sorry, what was the number range?
16 through 73.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. D'Amico, you offered those?
No, I was just tendering to
Okay.
defense, Judge. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm showing you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 16 through 73. Could you please review those and let me know if there's any that you do not recognize?
Okay. No, there are none that I don't recognize.
And so, how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took.
Of where?
The apartment on Eisenhower Road.
Okay. Are they a fair and accurate representation of how the apartment appeared on the afternoon of August the 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer states 16 through 73 into evidence.
And Your Honor, I just take on a brief what I as to the time frame.
Sure.
So do you know what time you arrived at the apartment?
Not specifically. I know my photo board, it shows 2:08.
2:08 in the afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objections to the evidence?
No objection.
Okay, States Exhibit 16 through 73 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have those.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you States Exhibit 16. What is States Exhibit 16?
That is what's called a photo board. It's what we start off with when it comes to taking photos.
Okay, and so so this is your name here, right?
Correct.
And then defense was asking you about date and time. And so what does that time indicate?
When we're about to start taking photographs.
Okay, so you make up this photo board and this is usually your first photo?
Yes.
Okay. What's the purpose of State 17, what's shown there?
To show the outside of the apartment building and that there were 3 units located inside that particular building.
And number 18?
Just inside that front entryway.
And in 19?
The exterior of apartment number 1.
Okay. What about 20?
An overall image of the living room.
And where is this compared to the door we saw in 19?
Just inside.
And in States 21?
Close up of a bookshelf.
Do you know if that's by the door also?
In the living room.
States 22, what is that?
It's like a security camera inside of the apartment.
What's this in States 23?
A view of the table and the dining room.
And can you see that from the front door?
It's a ways on the other side of the room.
And in States 24, what's that?
Another angle of the dining room table.
What is this that appears to be next to a white cup?
Could you point to it again?
Can you tell what that is?
Not from right here.
Okay. If I were to show you, though, States number 26, what does that appear to be?
Looks like egg, scrambled egg, and tinfoil.
What else is there? Is there anything else other than eggs, it looks like, on that tinfoil?
It looked like a red liquid.
And what's in States 27?
It was like a styrofoam cup with this, what appears to be the same red liquid.
Okay. Are you familiar with what kind of liquid that might be?
Could be soda or juice.
What about States 28?
That was just underneath the dining room table on the floor in the dining room.
And could you tell, I mean, what is that?
It appears to be the same liquid from the table on top.
Could it be blood?
It didn't appear to be blood, no.
What's in States 29?
That's a view of the kitchen area of the apartment.
And a view from where? Like, where are you standing to look into the kitchen from this angle?
From the hall, like, it's kind of an open concept from the living room, dining room area. So kind of like the dining room, living room area.
And in states 30,
Another view of the kitchen.
in states 31,
Another view just looking more down.
in states 32, what's that in the middle of the frame? Would it be fair to say that that is capturing everything that's in states 30 and 31?
It could be, yes.
States 33?
A more close-up view of the same camera.
In states 34, what is this here in the center on this cabinet?
It appeared to be some kind of like locking safety device.
And in states 35?
A more close-up view of it.
And so, how does it appear to you that this mechanism would work?
That little cord would go into the bigger mechanism, and then it's operated by a code.
And so, like, if this little metal piece here were to be inserted into this piece, and these numbers were to change, it would be locked. Is that fair to say?
Possibly, yes.
In states 36, what is that?
Another type of locking device in the kitchen.
And in states 37, what are these here? Can you see? Can you tell that?
Like the little dials like on locks.
Like numbers.
Right.
So it's a similar thing where, you know, you'd have to have the right number combination to open it.
Correct.
What's in states 38?
Another type of something to keep the cabinet closed.
And that's on the interior of the pantry?
It appears so, yes.
How does that compare to states 36?
The one on the other one was on the inside, and that's on the outside.
So this is the inside of that?
Possibly, yes.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, states 38 shows the inside of the same cabinet depicted in states 36.
Yes.
And what is visible in states 40?
Just an overall of the inside of the pantry and the kitchen.
And there seems to be all sorts of food visible, right?
Yes.
What's shown in states 41
Close-up of bread.
and 42.
Just a downward view of the same pantry.
In states 43,
Another one of those locking mechanisms on a different cabinet.
where is this cabinet compared to the one that's in states 36 and 38?
I believe right above that pantry that we just looked at.
And what's states 44?
Just a close-up of the locking mechanism.
And that would be operated with this other piece that's in states 43, is that right?
It appears so, yes.
States 45, I'm sorry, I need to zoom in. Can you tell?
That looks like another view of the pantry, or one of the closets in the kitchen.
And that one is not the same one in 36, right?
Correct.
Would it be opposite the wall? Facing?
That's like the living room, dining room to the right, that little doorway.
Okay. States 46, where's this?
The second bedroom,
And from your observation of the second bedroom, whose bedroom was that?
it appeared to be a children's bedroom.
And it appears that there's, things are sort of in a, like the bed looks a little messy, is that right?
Yes.
Is this the condition that the room was in when you first saw it?
Yes.
States 47. What is that?
Another angle from the same bedroom.
What is this here near the bottom of States 47?
Children's mattress.
States 48. What is that that's in the center near this curtain?
Another one of those security cameras in the children's bedroom.
And what's in States 49?
A more close-up view of it.
What about States 50?
Another angle of the children's bedroom.
And comparing that to States 47, where would that be?
Facing in that, or standing in that corner, now facing the opposite way.
Okay. States 51.
That is the doorway to the hallway from the children's bedroom.
What is this here in the doorway?
A little child gate.
In States 52?
Just a close-up of some clothes on the floor.
States 53.
A overall of the closets in the children's bedroom.
So I want to compare, if we're looking at 53 compared to 51, so that's 51, right? And if we're looking at 53, this door on the left of 53, is that visible in 51?
Yes, it's that door right there in the middle, on to the right.
On the right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about these closet doors in the children's bedroom?
They appear to have another little safety mechanism on the top of both of them.
And what is shown in States 54?
A half of the locking mechanism.
And is that what this little thing on the door appears to be?
Correct.
States 55, what is that?
That is the inside of one of the closets, and that's the second half of the locking mechanism.
And so how does it appear to you that the mechanism in States 44 and 45 would operate?
It appears like it goes through the, in between the door frame and the door itself, and then to the outside.
And what's States 46? Sorry, 56.
The inside of the closet, more close up.
States 57, is this the same door that we had just been looking at?
That's the other closet door to the right of it.
Okay. And what's shown in States 58?
Another one of those locking mechanisms.
And in States 59?
The inside of that second closet.
In States 60?
A close-up of the inside second closet, the other half of the mechanism.
So these three pictures show the same mechanism on the other closet, is that fair to say?
It's fair to say yes.
Okay. State 61, what is this?
A more direct view of that children's mattress.
And in 62?
A more close-up showing some clothes and some kind of apparent yellow liquid.
And what's in 63?
A more close-up of the apparent yellow liquid.
Okay. 64, what is that?
That is a overall of the inside of one of the children's closets.
Do you recall, if we look back at States 53, which one of these closets that was?
Not off the top of my head now.
In State 65?
Just a more to the right, looking in the same closet.
State 66, is this the same room?
No.
And what is shown in State 67?
That is a view of the master bedroom, primary bedroom of the apartment.
Over here to the left, there's a doorway. Where does that go?
Into the hallway.
And how far from that doorway is the entrance to the children's room?
Approximately, it's 8 feet-ish.
And if you were to head out that doorway, what direction would you go to get to the children's bedroom?
The right,
And if you were to try to go to the rest of the apartment, which direction would you go?
to the left.
And in State 68, where's that?
Another view of the master bedroom.
What is this that's here, kind of in the center?
Crib,
69
view of the bed in the master bedroom.
and 70?
Another view of the master bedroom.
What is in States 71?
Close up of some mail.
Where was the mail found?
I don't recall.
What's the purpose of taking pictures of mail?
The detective requested it for the name.
Trying to get it to... There it goes. And what's the name that's visible on that?
Brandon Cervera,
And what's the address?
3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment 1.
What's shown in states 72, sorry, let me zoom out.
That is the bathroom that was in the hallway. That's the kitchen area behind it.
Well, is this in the hallway or in the bathroom?
That is in the bathroom.
But it's off of that same hallway.
Correct.
Did this cabinet have any locks on it?
No.
And what's in states 73?
Some medication.
And what's the name associated with that medication?
Benjamin Cervera.
And what does it say as the directions?
Applied 3 drops into both ears 3 times daily for 14 days.
So, you observed some locks in the kitchen. I want to go back to those. Would it be fair to say that everywhere that there was a lock on a cabinet, you took a photo of it? Or a door?
It's possible.
Were there any cabinets that you saw that had a lock that you did not take a picture of?
Not that I remember, no.
What was contained inside all of the areas in the kitchen that were locked?
Food, kitchen supplies.
In regards to, for example, looking here, there are other cabinets in this photo that aren't locked, right?
Correct.
But those didn't contain food, is that right?
I don't remember.
Just a moment. I have here what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 74. Tendering to defense for inspection. Mr. Acosta, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 74. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 74?
Yes. It's like a diagram of the apartment.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate diagram of the apartment in the condition it was when you were there, August the 17th of 21?
It appears so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer State's Exhibit 74 into evidence.
State's Exhibit 74 is admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, looking at State's 74, what's this down here in the bottom right?
The entryway.
And then across from the kitchen here, what is this room?
That is the second bathroom, the hallway bathroom.
And is that the one where the medication was?
Correct.
Okay. There are 2 bedrooms on this diagram, right?
Yes.
So which one is which?
The one on the top left is the children's bedroom, and then the one on the top right is the master bedroom.
And then, so those 2 doors in the children's bedroom, they seem to lead to 2 separate, approximately same-sized closets, right?
Correct.
Okay, now looking at this diagram here, right, based on where the doors are positioned, would you be able to tell if those photographs of the interior of the closet was one closet or the other?
Based on interior contents, you
Yeah.
could, but without, no.
Okay. So, let me show you the diagram again. So this is stage 74. So, looking at the master bedroom, where would the doorway be to enter or exit the master bedroom?
Right there, that opening, yeah, right there.
And how many entrances are there to that bedroom?
Just one.
Okay. If you were inside the master bedroom, would you be able to see into the child's bedroom?
No,
Why is that?
because of the angle of the hallway.
If someone were in the children's bedroom and you were seated in the master bedroom, could you see someone traveling down the hall to get to the kitchen or living room?
Yes.
Passage.
Ms. Sawyer. Yes.
They're in reverse order, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5. It's already been admitted into evidence, and would you agree that's like the approach to 3031 apartment number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a closer up, which is Defendant's Exhibit 4. This has not been admitted. I just want to know if, looking at Defendant's Exhibit 5, is this a closer view of apartment number 1?
It appears so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and apartment number 1 at 3031 Eisenhower Road is what you ultimately wind up photographing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that Defendant's Exhibit 4 be admitted.
State.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 4 is admitted and may be published.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13 and 14. Would you agree that this is just, these photos just continue along the path to the door at 3031 apartment number 1?
It appears so.
Entering the city.
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Sawyers, will you say those numbers again, please?
Yes, Defendant's Exhibit 13 and Defendant's Exhibit 14.
Defendant's Exhibit 13 and Defendant's Exhibit 14 are admitted.
Do you have any of the photos? Are these all of them? This is first 16. So, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5, you would agree that this is the approach to apartment number 1, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you walk through here, apartment number 1 would be down the alley, if you will, between the two buildings, to the left.
Correct, if I remember so, yes.
Okay. And then if we continue to walk toward that area, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. You can see, would you agree with me, there's no stairs?
Not yet, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Not on the outside, no.
All right. And so from the roadway, there's no possible way to see someone walking downstairs.
No, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 14, and you would agree with me that this view shows, you know, a step up, but it would have been into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then this was State's Exhibit 17, in which it's showing those numbers that identify which apartment is which, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the apartment number 1 is on the first floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And so then when you walk into this building, on the left is the door that goes into apartment number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And these stairs that are inside the stairwell, they're not visible from the road.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2. And you would agree with me, there's no stairs in Defendant's Exhibit 2.
No, ma'am.
And in the Defendant's Exhibit 3, which is a back view of that apartment, number 1, right, coming around the side, you would agree with me there's no stairs that are visible from the road.
No, ma'am.
Now, which detective did you say worked with you that day to instruct you which photos to take?
It was Detective Goodwin.
Okay. And was Detective Goodwin in communication with Detective Size?
I don't know.
So, in order for a detective to guide you in what to photograph, they have to know the facts of the case, correct?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
It helps.
I'm sure it does, yes.
Right? Because, I mean, if you're looking for a particular item and you don't know what you're looking for, it doesn't do you much good.
Right.
So, did anybody ask you to look for signs of vomiting?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ask you to look for things that might have been thrown away in the trash?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you walk in before anyone else goes in, and you observe the apartment as it was left, correct?
The officers walk in first just to make sure that it's safe because I'm a civilian, so I don't have any kind of anything on me. So they make sure it's safe first, and then once they come out, then I go in.
Okay, but when they do that, there was nobody in the apartment, and is it safe to say that they were not moving stuff around or
Correct, yeah,
unlocking?
they should not know.
Okay. So when you walk in and you see, if I can, Your Honor. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 37. You say you take the photographs as is, right? You
Correct.
don't change anything.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so on State's Exhibit 37, this mechanism was unlocked
Yes, ma'am.
because you didn't have the code, right?
No, ma'am.
And Did you have any problem getting into, I'm showing you States Exhibit 38, did you have any problem getting into that cabinet?
No, ma'am.
And showing you States Exhibit 36, which may be just a scaled out version of that same lock I was just showing you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is what it looked like when you came in.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 35, that lock is also unlocked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, States Exhibit 31, would you agree with me that there's almond milk container?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's also this cake that's on the counter?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that the refrigerator in States Exhibit 30 was also unlocked?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had no problem getting into any of the cabinets that have locking mechanisms?
No, ma'am.
And in States Exhibit 24, there's food on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
The eggs looked like they were fresh eggs?
Yes, ma'am.
They weren't days old or?
It didn't appear so, no.
Okay. And did you look for a receipt at that time to see if there was a receipt in the bag or anywhere around as to what might have been purchased?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 20, and would you agree with me, there's a baby bottle.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, they stick together and there's a lot of them. Okay, and then in regards to States Exhibit 33, there's a security camera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And upon entering, y'all realized that the security cameras were active.
It appeared so, yes.
And in fact, you note in your report that they're Blink security cameras.
Yes.
Okay. And Blink provides security surveillance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they have subscriptions and non-subscriptions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the fact that it's active means that Blink was uploading footage, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. So at this stage, does anyone go and contact Blink to see if they can gain footage?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
I asked him if anyone.
If he knows, he can answer that as to his personal knowledge.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. And because you're not in charge of the investigation, correct?
No, ma'am.
And, but at this time, Detective Goodwin does not convey to you that there's been any attempt to salvage the footage.
I'm going to object to hearsay. Answer calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you recall the photos that had the mattress with the yellow liquid that you pointed out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, as a CSI, are you responsible for obtaining samples of anything you want tested?
If the detective wants it tested, he will request it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the detective request that urine sample be tested?
No, ma'am.
So you did not preserve it, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, do you have me on 14 next week?
Yes.
15.
I mean, you admitted 14, you're next on 15. That's
Over here. You found them. I apologize. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61, and this is the bed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you progressively get a little closer in State's Exhibit 62, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 63, you can see the liquid that's ponding, and and I might need to hand it to you to be closer, but can you also see the glistening wetness in the fabric?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the fabric is also soaked.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, bring your attention to State's Exhibit 47. Do you see the items that are hung up on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and decorations? Would you agree those are kid appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 50, going along the wall, would you also see or agree with me that we have like maps and a solar system,
Yes, ma'am.
posters, as well as the alphabet?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 51, there's actual numbers and a chart and some other charts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. recall in the two closet bedroom, the kids' bedroom, there's two closets. You looked inside both of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me? It didn't look like anybody was sleeping in those closets.
No, ma'am.
In fact, in the closets, they had toys and/or a desk with items in it to make it physically impossible to have slept in there.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And when you were there, did you also find pictures of the family that were up in the apartment?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay, and you took pictures of those.
I believe so, yes. Excuse me.
Okay, did you, there's a lot of laundry there. Would you agree? In the apartment?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you notice that the apartment had a washer and dryer?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. Do you know where that washer and dryer would have been in there?
I think there was a closet in the hallway, but I don't remember fully.
If I show you State's Exhibit 74, refresh your recollection on whether or not there's washer dryers.
It doesn't say so on this, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, out of the 185 photos that you took, would you agree not one of them has a washer and dryer, correct?
I don't remember. I didn't have access to all 185 of my photos.
Oh, you didn't?
I don't think so, no.
So, y'all did not observe or look for any blood at the scene, did you?
I didn't observe any blood, no, ma'am.
Did you observe that there was a mop that was standing in the corner that was behind the sofa that had liquid in it?
I don't remember.
And this was a consensual search, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And it's Brandon Cervera that consented to the search.
I don't remember.
Okay. And there's 3 kids that live in that bedroom. Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am, I wasn't aware.
And you're not aware of the ages of the kids that live there,
No,
correct?
ma'am.
There's children that were in diapers.
I don't know. None of the children were there when I was there.
Okay, did you observe diapers there?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Did you take a photo of the diapers?
It's possible.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Do you recall that? Or, I mean, this is a photo of Is it a photo that you would have taken at the time?
It appears like it would have been, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 15.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 15 is admitted, may be published.
And so when you enter the apartment, you can see that this is a bucket, and is there a mop in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it look like there's cleaning agent or something? It's not clear water, is it?
Right, like bluish.
Okay. And now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20. And would you agree that there is a mop handle that
Oh, yes.
is located right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so the mop and its bucket are found behind the sofa.
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Continuing to state for their review, defendants exhibit 16, 17, 18.
to take a break, or what's the holdup?
Your Honor, they're trying to verify that the photos are on the date that
Yeah, that is.
and so I think this one is as well, because they're all in the same file.
These two, those are.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your patience.
Sure.
All right, so I'm approaching you with defendants 16, 17, and 18. Would you agree that those are also photos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm asking that defendants 16, 17, and 18 be admitted.
No objection.
Defendants Exhibit 16, 17, and 18 are admitted.
All right, and so I'm showing you what's been marked as defendants Exhibit 16, and you would agree with me that when you arrive, you find a lunchbox on the left of the sink, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look inside the lunchbox?
No, ma'am.
And you also find dishes. And does it appear that there's food in the dishes?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 17. And would you agree with me, this is in the closet,
Yes, ma'am.
closet view, and that there are clean diapers under the dinosaur?
Yes, ma'am, it appears so.
Okay. And then showing you what is Defendant's Exhibit 18, and this is the top of a closet now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the children's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And that there's diapers in there as well?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. D'Amico?
So, the defense had asked you about if the detective asked you to look for any signs of vomiting. You said you didn't know. But if you're on scene and you're doing your job as a CSI, if you see a pile of vomit on scene, what would you do?
It would have been photographed.
Okay. And so, like, for example, the defense was asking if there were any signs of blood. You didn't see anything that you thought was blood, right?
No, sir.
But you did take a picture of that red stain that was on the dining room floor, right?
Correct, yes.
And so that's kind of consistent with the procedure, right? If something's out of place, or appears to be out of place, you're going to take a picture even if a detective doesn't tell you to.
Correct.
And you followed that practice in taking the photographs of this apartment?
Correct, yes.
Do you know if what was on the mattress was urine?
No, I don't know.
It was wet,
It was wet, yes.
and the liquid appeared to be yellow.
Yellowish, yes.
Pass the witness.
And just last question. You didn't look inside the trash cans, did you?
I don't think I did, no, ma'am.
And you didn't photograph them if you didn't look at them, correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, we'd ask you to excuse.
May this witness be excused?
I would just like him subject to recall, please.
Okay. Mr. Acosta, you are excused for the day. However, you are still subject to recall, which means that I need you to keep in touch with the state in case we need to have you back.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
You can give that copy to the state as you walk out.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. State?
State Calls Detective Alfred Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
The chair gets left.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a 5 to 10 minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the instructions that I've given you, and we'll see you soon.
All right, adjourned.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, sir. You may adjust that microphone however you need to, and state if you would please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Detective Gonzalez, how are you employed?
I'm a detective investigator with the San Antonio Police Department, work with the Digital Forensics Unit.
And how long have you been employed with the San Antonio Police Department?
About 24 years.
And when you initially started at SAPD, what was your role then?
Started out as a patrolman, as we all do.
Okay. And so how long were you patrolling?
10 years.
Did you work any particular parts of town?
I worked all parts of town. I was part of a tactical response unit, so we had responsibility all over.
And so what are the steps to go from a patrolman to becoming a detective?
Well, you have to apply for the position. That's given a civil service test. You take the test. Once you pass it, you're put on a list of viable candidates, and per the openings for detective, you're fit in by your test score.
And so when were you promoted to detective?
At the end of 2010.
And when you were promoted to detective, what assignment were you given?
I was detective with the sex crimes unit, now special investigation, special victims unit now.
And how long were you with SVU?
Approximately 4 months.
Okay. And then after those 4 months, where did you go next?
I was then assigned as an undercover detective to the San Antonio Police Vice Unit.
And how long did you do that?
About 7 years.
Okay. And then after you completed your undercover assignment with the Vice Unit, what did you do next?
I then went on as become assigned to the Digital Forensics Unit.
And so what is the Digital Forensics Unit?
Well, the Digital Forensics Unit handles technical investigations. We are a unit, a support unit, that supports the criminal investigation divisions. They submit computers, electronic devices to us for us to examine.
And so do you complete those examinations upon whose request?
Upon the request of the submitting detective.
And so what types of devices come into your possession that you complete analysis on, just generally speaking?
Smartphones, mainly. That's the bulk of it. And some computers.
And so, as it relates specifically to smartphones, what type of analysis are you completing?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
So they give you a cell phone, and they're asking, hey, do an analysis on this. What's the analysis?
The process for examination is that we use some advanced software. In this case, it's Cellebrite is a company that we use. And we will connect the target device to the Cellebrite software. It will make a copy of the data on the device. And as an examiner, we'll take that data, we'll process it with other Cellebrite software, and we'll produce a extraction report for the case detective to further examine the data as well.
Okay. So your analysis is the extraction of data from cellular phones, specifically in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that Cellebrite technology, just not on a very technical level, but at a very general level, how does the process work? Meaning, physically, what's the first step?
Well, the phone has to be, the device generally has to be something that we can examine with the software. Not all devices will work, but most will. And it has to be in a state where we can actually connect with it. So sometimes you'll have a locked device, sometimes it will be unlocked. The software itself, depending on which one we use, will generally assist us in accessing that device, whether it's locked or not, connect with it, and then doesn't it really extract so much as it copies the data that is on the device. And then we take the stored data, process it with other software, in this case also Cellebrite. And as I stated already, we analyze that data into a data extraction report.
So the Cellebrite technology is just copying data from a cell phone and placing it within a report or a different, I'd say this technically, a different file.
Essentially, we're copying the data, and then we're we're presenting it so that it can be put into a report so that it can be further analyzed and examined.
And in this case, did you complete, as it relates to SAPD? Two 60886, a extraction for phone for detective size.
Yes, I did.
And what was the basis, meaning the legal basis, in order for you to be able to complete the extraction?
As I remember it, it'll either, the search authority for a device is either issued on a consent to search, issued by the owner or user of the device, or a search warrant.
In this case, did you complete the extraction of that phone for detective size?
I did.
And did you provide that evidence to the, or should I say, you provided it to detective size, right?
Yes, sir.
Previous to your testimony today, did you and I create certain reports related to certain data from that extraction?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80A. Just looking at the disc, do you recognize the discs?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
By my initials written in red ink on the discs.
Okay. And so all of the evidence that's contained with State's Exhibits 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80A, did they all come from that cell phone device that you completed the extraction for detective size?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to these particular discs, without specifically talking about what the particular piece of evidence might show, generally what are contained on those discs?
Well, I don't remember specifically each disc, but that's data from the data extraction report that I issued.
And I should say categories. Do some of these discs contain videos?
Yes, they do.
Do some of them contain photos?
Yes.
And do some of these discs contain, or does at least one of these discs contain messaging?
Yes.
As it relates to, I want to talk about the videos first. I'm going to show you. Your Honor, may I have permission to move them out for you?
Yes, you have permission to move about the courtroom.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 75, 76, I'm sorry, 75, 79, and 80A. Is it fair to say all of those contain videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking at 78, does this disc also contain videos?
Yes, sir.
And in 78, the files that are contained on 78, are they different than the other ones that are contained on 75, 79, and 80A?
I believe they're surveillance videos, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so 78 are surveillance videos.
It appeared to be, yes.
And were you able to review like the file names and the general information that were contained within the extraction report as it relates to those surveillance videos?
Yes.
And when you look at the extraction report specifically for 78A, does it provide a date in which the video was created?
I believe there were dates attached to the file system path.
And were you able to look up, based on the file name and path, what type of device would have initially captured those videos?
I'd have to look at them again, but I believe there was something there that indicated that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
His answer?
I didn't hear the answer.
I said I'd have to make sure and look at them again, but I believe there was some data indicated that in the thought path, as he asked.
Do you remember discussing blink camera systems?
Yes.
As it relates to 78A, which again is the surveillance or security videos, did anything about the file name indicate to you the source of those videos?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
I believe it was a model number.
Okay, and were you able to, lack of a better term, Google it and figure out that that was a blink, came back to a blink camera?
Yes, we were able to research it and find that out.
Okay. And so 75, 79, and 80A, these particular items, do all of these also contain the actual videos as well as a PDF report relating to those videos?
I believe so, yes.
And in those, does it describe for you, or does it detail rather, the date, or have a stated date in which the video was created?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
As it relates to 75, 79, and 80A,
Right.
does the PDF contain a stated date in which the video was created?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about 76. What category of items are contained on State's Exhibit 76?
Phone images?
Okay. And on those phone images, does the report that is contained on it also describe the date in which that video, or sorry, when that image was captured?
Yes.
And then lastly, on State's Exhibit number 77, generally talking about categories, what type of data is contained on State's Exhibit number 77?
Phone messaging.
And was it between this particular device and one other phone number?
It appeared to be, yes.
Okay. As far as extractions are concerned, do you know how many you've completed within your years with the digital forensics unit?
That would be quite a few. I don't know the exact number. In the thousands, probably, or low thousands.
In the thousands?
Yes.
And of those thousands, you probably can't give me an exact statistic, but self-rides used, were a majority of those using self-ride, or was a large portion of those using self-ride?
Yes.
Okay. And again, all the exhibits that we talked about, 75 through 79 and 80A, again, all were contained within the full extraction of the cellular device.
Yes.
You're at this time, I'll pass the witness.
Yes. So, Detective Gonzalez, let's start with Exhibit 75. You state that those are videos, correct?
Yes.
And have you looked at those videos?
Yeah.
And have you compared the, like on the extraction report, can you tell whether or not those images or videos were captured on the device or through a different app on the device? Let me ask that. What app was used to capture those videos?
I don't have it directly in front of me. I would have to look at it to refresh my memory, but I have to be able to see that data.
You would be able to see which app captured the video?
If the data is there, then you can see that.
Okay. And also, in regard, so at this point you don't know what app captured it. Do you know if the video was modified in the app before it was saved to the phone?
I don't understand your question.
So, are you familiar with Snapchat
Yes.
and TikTok?
Yes, of course.
And I'm not a young whippersnapper, so I don't know all the other new things, but there's apps out there that capture video and allow you to change the image, alter it, amend it before it's saved to the phone. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of those.
Okay. And so, would you agree with me that you cannot, from your vantage point, tell whether or not the video was altered in any way before it's saved to the phone?
I can't say that that's always the case.
And the same would apply for the other exhibits that have the videos, which is 78, 79, and 88, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, and specifically, 78 was from Blink, right? You identified that as being from Blink Security?
They were identified surveillance videos, ma'am.
Okay. And Blink, are you familiar? You said you researched it, correct?
We looked it up on Google.
Okay. And so did you also look up their storage policy and how it's stored at Blink?
No, we did not.
Okay. Are you aware of how long Blink saves their footage?
No, I am not, ma'am.
Are you aware that pulling videos down from Blink can give them a different created date than when it's actually recorded with Blink?
I don't know if that's the case or not.
Okay. So you can't say, even though your Cervera report says that a video is created on a certain date, you are not able to tell this jury when in fact that video was created.
There's mitigating factors that could change certain dates, such as creation dates, access dates. Yes, that's correct.
And so the answer is you're not able to tell the jury when the original was created.
Not without looking at the data in front of me, no.
You're only able to tell them what date the phone that you extracted from said it was created, correct?
That's not fully correct. There can be data attached to a file or a video, and there cannot be data. It all depends on what you get out of the extraction. It depends on the device that you're extracting or rather you're examining. It depends on what kind of connection it made. It depends on how well the software works with the phone. When it is extracted, the different file systems on that particular device can produce different data. Can produce different results as far as what data is collected with that particular file. Not every device is the same.
And so as it relates to 75, 78, 79, and 88, you cannot say when the originals were created. You can only state what date currently that the Cervera report is saying they're created under.
All I can say is whatever is presented in the data is what's there to analyze and examine.
Your Honor, let me go to the images. That's Exhibit 76, correct?
I believe so.
And on the phone images, those are the same thing. If they're created in a different app, you may or may not be able to see when they were created,
That's correct.
or if they were altered.
I guess so, yes.
And then in regards to the phone messaging, now, you do not know who is actually messaging who from the Cellbrite data. You only know what phone numbers are being messaged, correct?
That's correct.
And in regards to that messaging, you also don't know potentially if there's a video or anything else provided that whether or not the person receiving it views it. It would not be contained up. If Miranda's phone texts another phone, image, photo, or a text, Miranda's phone does not indicate whether or not that sent image, video, phone, or text was viewed by the other phone.
I don't believe so in this case.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Alamo. Can I first the witness?
Yes.
All right, we're just going to go through the disc now, sorry.
Not at all.
So I'm going to put for you on my computer. Whoa.
Let's see this.
State's exhibit number 75. Should probably put this down here before I have to buy it for the county. So I'm going to open up for you State's exhibit number 75. I'm going to open up the PDF report on State's exhibit number 75. Eventually it will.
Let's get there.
So as it relates to State's exhibit 75, can you tell this jury how many videos are contained on State's exhibit number 75?
7.
Okay. And looking at, I'm going to refer in the PDF as the video number for ease of the record as it relates to State's exhibit number 75. As it relates to video number 1. What, as far as looking at the source extraction, source file, can you tell this jury as it relates to that video?
According to the source file, which is the file path of this particular piece of data, it lists an LG GSM generic Android zip container that it came from, an apps directory, the Android Gallery 3D.com directory, and also a trash can directory within that gallery directory.
And that source file, the LG, what brand of phone was this?
That was an LG.
Okay. Does that indicate to you anything as it relates to the source of that file?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Does that give you or have any bearing as it relates to the source of that file?
It's related to the brand of the device.
And then looking at videos 2, 3, 4, and 5, do those all have the same similar pathway?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so looking at files numbers 6 and 7, do those have the same type of source file or file pathway?
As a previous, no, they don't.
Okay. As it relates to the source file or the file pathway, Does the name give you any indication as to the origination of those videos?
Of which files are we talking?
Of numbers 6 and 7.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what information in that pathway, or rather,
The directories are listed as an internal shared storage on the DCIM partition of the device that belongs to the camera of the device.
okay, so these particular videos were captured on the camera of this device?
That's what the metadata indicates, yes.
Okay, and that's videos 6 and 7?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. You want to help me out here? Sorry. Can you take that one out for me?
Taking the disk.
Yes, please. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 76. You can open it up for me.
Sorry.
And looking at the PDF on State's Exhibit number 76, can you tell me how many images are contained on State's Exhibit number 76?
31.
Okay. Now, as it relates to all of the 31 images in State's Exhibit number 76, do all of those contain metadata?
They do.
And what is metadata?
Essentially data about data. That's what it is.
Okay. And as it relates to these images, what type of information is contained within the metadata?
The metadata as it pertains to the file specifically lists camera make, camera model, capture time, pixel resolution, orientation of the camera, and the latitude and longitude.
Okay. So all the metadata on these contain a time in which the image was captured.
Yes.
And the camera make.
Yes.
And is there any indication, if you look at the 31 exhibits, that that a software such as, or app such as Snapchat or TikTok were used in their creation?
I don't see that indication at all.
Okay. You can take out 76 for me. I'm going to give you 77.
Do you want me to close this out or just wait?
Please. And generally, what category again of items are contained in State's Exhibit number 77?
Instant messages.
Okay. And these messages are between the device and what phone number?
Two 210-739-2624.
And Ms. Sawyer's asked you questions as it relates to whether there's any indication that the person sending, the person using this device, sending it to the other phone number you just listed had received those messages. And looking at the content of the messages, is there any indication that the person would have received the message?
I would say yes.
Okay, just looking at the content of the messages.
Looking at the content, yes.
Okay. You can pop that one out for me. $78.
Counselor, would you like me to close these out as we finish them?
Yes, please, thank you. And looking at State's Exhibit number 78, these again are the surveillance videos you were talking about earlier. Correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how many total videos are contained on State's Exhibit number 78?
29.
And in looking at the source file or the file pathway, does it give you any indication as to what type of device these videos were captured on?
Yes, there's some indication there was a model number attached to the directory file path.
And that directory file path, the model number that you saw, that's what you Googled in order to research what device that this was originally came from?
Yes, sir.
And does anything about that the source file or the pathway indicate to you the accuracy of the date created that's listed in the report?
Yes, in the file path, part of the naming nomenclature structure of the file given by the device lists a date which coincides with the created date in the file info.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the remainders 24 through 29, they off by 2 days? 2 days?
Through 29?
Through, I guess, which ones are off as it relates to the video numbers as the file path name and the date created do not align?
24, 25, 26, 27, And that's it.
So 25, 26, and 27 are the only ones where the file path name and the date created listed in the Cellebrite report do not align,
It appears so.
and that they are only off by a day or two.
Correct.
Okay. I want to now go to State's Exhibit 79. As it relates to State's Exhibit number 79, how many videos are contained?
3.
Okay. And looking at the source file and or the file pathway, does that give you any indication as to the origin of the, and let me talk about specifically video 1 and video 2. Looking at the source file and or file pathway, does that give you any indication as to the origination of the videos?
Yes.
And what?
DCICN directory of the camera.
Okay, so what does that, in your experience and training, indicate to you?
If the file path lists a directory for DCIM and also for camera with follow-on information per file that lists a date or what have you, usually indicates it was created within that file path on that particular device,
Okay, so created with on this particular camera,
on that camera.
on this device, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to video number 3,
Let's see.
is that the same type of video, the surveillance that we talked about in State's Exhibit number 78?
The file path indicates it's a download, and there's a file name, further file name attached that is similar to the model number of the other surveillance videos.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said, sir?
In the file path, the download, rather, it indicates a directory for download or download directory, and after that it indicates a number which coincides with the model number or the numbers we found on the file paths of the surveillance videos.
Okay, and again, that's that blink camera system.
As researched, yes.
Yes. Okay. If you can take that one out for me.
Sure.
And finally, I want to talk about State's Exhibit number 80A.
Okay.
As it relates to State's Exhibit 80A, how many videos are contained within, or does the report indicator contain?
That indicates one video.
Okay. And looking at this file pathway on that video, does it have that same TCIM pathway?
It has a directory listed in DCIN. Yes.
Okay. So again, does that indicate to you that it was created on the camera on this device?
But has a follow-up directory for camera, so yes.
Okay. On the beginning of all of these reports, does it have like a header as it relates to information that's case specific? Looking at the PDF report.
Okay, what part of it? I'm sorry.
The header, essentially where it says summary, and if you go down farther, the source extraction.
Yes, it is.
Does that contain information specific to this phone?
Yes.
And what type of information is contained there?
The manufacturer, the device name, a username.
And generally, is this information that is specific to this particular device?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay, I'm going to show you I'm going to mark our State's Exhibit number 81, which is a consent to search. Have you seen these before? Not
I have.
this one in particular, but generally speaking.
Yes, I've seen consents before.
And is this the type of form you would have in order to complete an extraction when the legal basis to complete the extraction is by consent?
Yes, sir.
Is there any identifying information on this that relates to the particular device we've been talking about in State's Exhibits 75 through 79 and 80A?
On the consent to search form, there is a cellular telephone subscriber number, blank, has been filled in, listing phone number 210-708-4635. When you refer to the extraction report, pardon me, under source extraction, there is again, a username profile listing that same phone number, it would appear.
Okay, so the phone number that's contained in State's Exhibit number 81 is the same phone number that is contained within the reports on all of the disks that we just talked about.
It appears so.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit number 81. And I'll tender to defend for objections if any is previously provided in discovery.
No objection to 81.
State's Exhibit 81 is admitted and may be published.
And Your Honor, at this time, I will pass the witness.
Ms. Sawyer?
Some follow-up questions. In regards to timestamps on the phone, there's a UTC. What does UTC mean?
Universal time coding, that's computer time that is internationally recognized for digital devices.
And so, how would a layperson interpret that when they see the time in front of UTC? How would you know what time that means?
It's usually ground within, I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's ground median time, and it is listed as 0, which is the base time. You have a coinciding digit afterward included with the UTC time per region of where you're at. In central area would be UTC time -6, which would indicate the correct time for this particular area. Unless it's daylight savings time, then it would be -5.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, let's take a hypothetical. It says it's 10 o'clock on UTC time.
Okay.
And you say that we're either going to be a -5 or a -6 because of our region, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So would that mean if it says 10 o'clock UTC time, it would either be 5 o'clock local time for us or 6 o'clock, depending on daylight savings time?
If the UTC time that I believe you're referring to has 0 after it, then that is the baseline UTC time. And that's just a listed time, again, that is a universal one. Yes, the digits afterward, whether it's -5, -6, as I explained before, would pertain to region.
And so I apologize, I can't do math apparently. I meant it would either be 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, correct? Under that scenario, if we had 10 o'clock, it's showing 10 o'clock UTC time, and let's say that it says -6, right? So that would make it 4 o'clock our local time.
No.
No, okay.
If it says -6, that's the time indicated for this region.
Meaning it would be 6 o'clock
If it said 6 o'clock, UTC minus 6, that's indicating that's 6 p.m. Central Time, our time.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, what's the time difference? Like, you looked at this report, you saw UTC time. Can we take the UTC time as being accurate for our local time here?
Well, again, the time of a file depends on the time on the file system that it was created on. So if that device is set to a particular time, whatever time is that device is set to is when it will timestamp that file.
Okay, so in regards to like Blink, for instance, it's going to be, if something is file state stamped and Blink is, I don't know what kind of, where it's located, maybe let's say California, it's going to have a different time than what we would have here in Texas, correct?
I don't know, man.
I'm saying hypothetically, if Blink is not located in Texas in our same time zone, right? Then there's going to be a disconnect between the time of the file and the time it's saying it's created in.
If the Blink device is in Texas and it was set to Texas time, locally San Antonio time, and if it was set correctly, then when it created that time, again, if it was set to UTC minus 6 or minus 5 daylight savings time, then it's going to indicate the time locally, correct?
And you can, just to follow up, after looking at files, you cannot verify whether or not any of the files have been altered or amended before they were saved to the phone.
Pertaining to this particular,
Yes,
I can't tell that.
I passed the witness shower.
So even as it relates to the ones where the file pathway is DCIM, camera, where in your opinion it was created on the camera, you cannot tell the jury that it was necessarily altered?
I couldn't say if it was altered or not.
Okay. But again, that pathway indicates what you think.
The path, the source path is an indication of when that file was created and how it was created.
And as it relates to the one where it has DCIM/camera, I believe, what does that particular pathway indicate to you?
It means those applications, the DCICM application and the camera application, were what created that file and that file path.
And
If there were anything else, it would be listed in the directory.
And that camera on that phone created that file.
I can say that based on what it seemed, or what it lists, that it would seem so. Yes.
Okay. I'll pass it this time.
No further questions at this time.
May this witness be excused?
I'd just like to place him on recall.
Detective, you are excused for the day. You are still on recall, so if you could please keep in touch with the state in case we need you at a future date.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much, sir. State, would you like to call your next witness?
Nikos Oliver Perez.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please have a seat. Please raise your right hand and state your full name.
Oliver Perez.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. You may adjust that microphone however you need in order for us to hear you. State, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Officer Perez. How are you employed, sir?
With the San Antonio Police Department,
How long have you worked for SAPD?
14 years.
In that time, what responsibilities have you had?
I'm a patrol officer, so I respond to, for whatever reason, anyone calls for service that people call 911 for, whether it be family disturbances, accidents.
You familiar with Officer Hoyos?
Officer Hoyos? No, sir.
Did you have occasion, I'm sorry, you said 14 years. Were you have occasion to be working on August the 17th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, did you have occasion to respond to 3031 Eisenhower Road, Apartment 1?
Yes, sir.
So on August the 17th of 2021, what were your associated duties there at that apartment?
August 17th, that was the day where we responded for the, to assist homicide and holding down what we call a crime scene for a passing of a 5-year-old.
At the time, there was a CSI Acosta who worked for your department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you see him there at the apartment that day?
I don't recall who was there when I arrived, but he was the CSI that handled the scene.
So what were your responsibilities at that apartment that day? Like you're making the scene.
Basically to preserve anything, any evidence, not allow anybody to come in and disturb the crime scene. Just waiting there until CSI arrived and the handling detective arrived.
Okay, so to secure the scene and then CSI comes, the detective comes, and they do their investigation.
Correct.
And you're just here to make sure nothing changes, everyone's safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on that day, would it be fair to say that you yourself didn't do any evidence collection?
No, sir.
Okay, and you yourself didn't speak to any potential witnesses in this case on that day?
No, sir.
Was this the first time that you had occasion to respond to 3031 Eisenhower Road, Apartment 1?
No, sir.
When was the last time before August the 17th that you had responded to that address?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a month prior, in July, where
Do you recall for that previous incident, when you came in July to the apartment, do you recall making a report in regards to that incident?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your memory to know the exact date if you were to review a copy of that report?
Yes, sir.
I have here what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 82, tendering to defense. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Handing you State's Exhibit 82. Officer Perez, do you recognize State's Exhibit 82?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's my report, sir.
Okay, can you please, I'm sorry, from when you responded to that address in July?
July 20th, approximately at 2200 hours.
Okay, when you say 2,200 hours, I'm aware of 12 hours.
Yes, sir. Actually, 2100, which is 9 p.m.
So approximately 9 p.m.
Correct.
So this is a little bit of a month before, just under a month before at 9 p.m. You're responding to the apartment for what reason?
For a welfare check on Benjamin.
Was it just for Benjamin?
Let's see. I'm going to review my report just to make sure. Yes.
How was this call, how did you receive this call?
It was an anonymous caller. I believe later on we found out as a family member. They requested a welfare check on Benjamin. They had noticed, I believe, bruising and malnutrition.
Non-responsive, but I also would ask for loan instruction.
And can you approach, please? Was admitted only for the purpose of showing, excuse me, if it does, the proper purpose for consideration of the evidence, such as state of mind of the defendant and the child, and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the child. You cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other act or acts, if any were committed. If you so find beyond a reasonable doubt, you can consider the evidence only for the purpose allowed. The evidence may not be considered to prove the character of the defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity therewith on the occasion in question. And Mr. D'Amico, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, when you were responding for a welfare check, so you said this was an anonymous caller, you later found it out to be the the family. Do you remember who in the family contacted?
I don't remember at this time.
When you say it's a family member of whom?
Of Brandon, I believe it was.
What is it that you understand is your responsibility as a patrol officer to conduct a welfare check? Like, how does that go?
So normally on welfare checks, when we arrive, we just basically just check the welfare of the child or who the person is calling about to see if there's any imminent danger to the child or the person that we're checking on. Just make sure that they're safe, you know.
Well, so once you arrive on scene, how do you begin your investigation?
When I arrived, I knocked several times before I got an answer.
Who answered you?
Miranda.
Okay. Who else was in the apartment at the time?
After we went inside, my partner and I, Miranda was inside, Brandon Sr., Benjamin, Brandon Jr., Leoness, I believe his name was, and then Miranda's sister, I don't recall her name, and then the baby, their infant child.
And again, you had said specifically you were being called out in regards to Benjamin and Brandon Jr., right?
Yes.
So, you said that they were there. Did you speak to all of those parties?
I did, sir.
Maybe some more than others, would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And so are you familiar with Miranda Casarez and what she looks like?
Yes, sir.
And Benjamin Cervera and what he looked like before his passing?
Yes, sir.
And Brandon Jr., what he looks like?
Yes, sir.
You said that Brandon Sr. was there at the apartment that night. Do you see Brandon Sr. in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And could you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting over here to my left in a gray suit with glasses.
Your Honor, we would ask the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. And you met Leonidas, even though he wasn't the purpose of the call, right?
Correct.
So you're familiar with how he appears?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 76. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 76?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
These are the photos the disc of photos that I reviewed of the children, or the children that are in the photos.
So
Right.
you've reviewed those, all of the discs, all of the images that are on that disc, correct?
Yes.
And all of them have a picture that contains one of those people you just described. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And they are fair and accurate representations of those persons compared to how they appeared when you met them.
Correct.
Like you can establish that, yes, this person in each of these photos are the same person I met in that apartment that night.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer State's Exhibit 76 into evidence.
And, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can I take him on board order, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So, it's fair to say that you did not know or had never seen any of the family members, Benjamin, Leo, any of them, prior to July 20th, 21, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you could not claim to know what they look like prior to July 20th, 2021.
Objection, ask and answer, Judge.
I'll overrule it. You can continue.
Correct.
And so you also could not testify as to whether or not any photos of any of the individuals is an accurate representation of what they look like prior to you eating them?
I could only go on my recollection of when I saw them on July 20th and compared to the photos.
And it's fair to say that you were not physically present at any time of any of these photos being taken, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know if they're an accurate representation of what they portray.
Only based off my memory of seeing them on the 20th.
On the 20th. And
Correct.
none of these photos come from July 20th, do they?
I don't believe so.
I asked the witness back, but I object to the being admitted.
Okay, can you please approach? and may be published.
Your Honor, just one more thing on the record.
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:50. We have put in, and you have put in a good day. We are at a good stopping point where it makes sense to stop at this point, so we are going to go ahead and do that. I did bring you in because I do want to re-urge my instructions. It is obvious that there is media coverage on this case, so please remember my instructions to refrain from any research on any media coverage whatsoever, whether that be radio, news, newspaper. Please refrain. Sometimes things end up on YouTube as well. Please refrain from doing any media, reading any media coverage, any commentary on this case. Please refrain from talking to anybody in your household or anybody outside of the jury on this case. And please remember that you may not even talk amongst yourselves about the case yet. We've only started this trial and we have a lot to go. So we are going to recess for the day, and I am going to ask you to be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. There is a chance that I may be taking up other matters, but at least if you get here at 10, it gives you a chance to settle down, kind of, we get organized, and then we'll start as soon as we can. Thank you very much for your time today. Please be safe as you go home. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be.
Take the time to hit the like button, help this thing get in the algorithm. Share this trial with everybody that you can, or just share it on your, hit the share button and push it out there. This is something we want people to see, because things like this are happening to kids across the country. And it's important that, people see this, that they see that the justice system is holding these people accountable, because even if this dad somehow escapes conviction in this case, the idea that they prosecuted in this case could make the difference to some child out there whose parent is watching this or sees this. So hit that share button, because, like I said, it's important. It's extremely important. So anyways, I will talk to you guys soon. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll be starting again at 11 o'clock. Like I said, you want to definitely tune in. It's going to be a pivotal cross-examination. I'm looking forward to it. So anyways, guys, we are still up on the Young Dolph murder trial. They're in recess. They've been out for a little while because they're right now, I think that I'm not sure what's going on. I believe the defendant is having to decide whether he's going to testify or not, I think. But anyways, they're out. We'll be waiting for that to conclude. And then, we'll have our day of trials concluded, and we'll be back up tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's a half day on the sinister husband / bounty or murder trial that's going on out in Ohio. That'll be another half day. So we'll be up on that tomorrow. On top of that, we will have, of course, this trial up at 11, and then the Young Dolph trial will be up about 10 o'clock, 9:30 to 10 o'clock our time. So we'll see what happens. So anyways, guys, with all of that said, I'm going to jump over to the Young Dolph stream. So I'll see you guys over there, and I'll see if we can redirect here. And just let me go in there and do that actually as we speak here. So that way, when this ends, if you guys just hang with me, I'll be over there. And you guys can come over and watch the trial with me over there, or whatever's going on. I might go over there and do some talking on that trial. So there we go. And we'll go from there. So talk to you guys soon.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front.
You may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a restful evening. I'm sure the deputies have let you know they tested the fire alarms early this morning, so strobe lights may be going off. They even told us the alarm might go off again. They're having trouble resetting it, but they have assured us it is only a test, and so there are no issues. If there is an issue, we'll obviously let you know, but if you could ignore any of the strobe lights or anything that goes on. Dr. Molina is still under oath, and I believe, Mr. Villarreal, you were questioning. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to freely
Yes.
Dr. Molina, I believe what we left off with was talking about State's Exhibit. State's Exhibits 112 through 113. I'm going to show you what's been already admitted. The State's Exhibit 113. In your opinion, was this consistent with like salsa?
Yes, again, that's a photograph of the stomach contents. And
that would be consistent.
Okay. So, yeah, is your mic on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry.
So the next thing I want to talk about is not necessarily one of the findings as it relates to the ultimate findings in your autopsy report, but some other evidence as it relates to potentially that was gathered during the autopsy and death investigation. What is macrocytic anemia?
So anemia is when we don't have as many red blood cells as we should. Red blood cells carry the oxygen to the tissues for us. And there are multiple reasons that we could be anemic. Macrocytic anemia means that the red blood cells are larger than they should be. And so if we have a low count and they're too large, it's consistent with a vitamin deficiency.
And macrocytic anemia, does it have any relation as to informing your opinion as to whether Benji died from starvation?
Well, it's certainly kind of an added detail, right? It doesn't have to be there as part of starvation, but when we see it, it's again consistent with vitamin deficiencies. Vitamin deficiencies commonly happen with starvation and malnourishment.
So, in reviewing the medical records in this case, were you able to determine see if we can do this between the beats. In reviewing the medical records, were you able to determine if Benji had what you believe to be macrocytic anemia in any of the medical records?
Yes.
And in which dates?
So I believe in the July, I believe it's the 21st, but again, I'm going right, but in the July 2021 visit, he had a low hemoglobin, still normal but low, but evidence of macrocytosis, meaning already showing that those red blood cells were too big. And then at the time of death, with treatment, he was now anemic, meaning his blood count was too low, and he again had that macrocytosis. His red blood cells were too big.
And what values are you looking at in order to make that determination?
So for anemia, we look at hemoglobin and hematocrit. And for macrocytosis, we look at something called MCV. That's what's on the laboratory report. It means mean corpuscular volume. It's how big the red blood cell is.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 102. And it's already marked the 7/21/21 date of that record. Can you look to verify that macrocytic anemia was present on 7/21/21?
Sorry, I'm not seeing the hemoglobin and hematocrit. This is from 7/22, this laboratory value. and it shows a mean corpuscular volume of 93.8, which is high normal, I believe, but it's not. It's not marked as being out of range for this hospital, so I'd have to look. Each hospital has their own ranges for normal, and usually they mark when they're out of range.
Okay, and maybe I can look at the medical records in a second to see if I have it marked. But as it relates to the 817, the terminal records, as we've been referring to them, that the macrocytic anemia was present then, correct?
Yes, as I recall.
What is the thymus?
The thymus is an organ that lives in the anterior mediastinum, right underneath the sternum of the chest. And we have it when we're young. Its purpose, it plays a role in the immune system. So it helps to kind of train, if you will, some of our immune cells. And then as we age, it gradually goes away.
During your autopsy, did you observe Benji's thymus?
No, we were unable to find the thymus at autopsy.
And you said it develops as you get older?
Well, it's there when you're young, so it's one organ that's larger when you're an infant, and then gradually involutes or goes away as you get older. So most adults don't have thymuses.
And so, is there any indication to you, or is there anything telling as it relates to Benji not having a thymus at that point in his life?
Well, at his age, he should have had a thymus. It should have been identifiable. We know from research that it should have been around maybe 35 grams, so certainly identifiable. So the fact we couldn't find it would mean that it's already involuted, it's already gone away. And usually that happens in children under stress. So if there's an extreme illness or some other kind of stress related to the body, then the thymus will involute or atrophy, meaning get smaller.
And are there potential causes for that, getting smaller?
Again, it's when the body is under extreme stress. So in this particular case, starvation would be considered extreme stress. So it could be related to that.
So the absence of his thymus would be consistent with your ultimate opinion that Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
What is an IO, or interosseous line?
So we're probably all most familiar with an IV or an intravascular line, where hospitals or medical professionals might put a small catheter into a vessel where they can give medications or fluids, right? An IO is very similar to that, except that the needle is placed into your bone, and the fluids or medications can be placed into the center part of the bone is called the bone marrow. It's softer, and you can put fluids or medications into the bone. Those are usually used in very specific circumstances, trauma, what we call codes, when people require resuscitation, and it's very difficult to get into their vessels, and an IO is faster.
As it relates to placing the line, and then, I should say this, so part of it is used to put fluids into the body.
Correct.
And then can also fluids be drawn from an IO?
Well, blood samples can be drawn from an IO just like you're drawn from, say, an intravascular line.
And I as it relates to the literature, are values from an IO as well as you said a peripheral stick, do those correlate?
So again, these IOs are placed during medical treatment. And if that's the only line and they're being used to test for, the same blood tests you would have, then yes, the literature has done studies that look at IO results versus blood results, and they correlate well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be used because physicians are basically running these tests to make decisions, treatment decisions. And so if the values aren't consistent, then they're not helpful in making those treatment decisions. So again, the literature has shown that values obtained from an IO and those obtained from a blood stick are consistent.
And as it relates to Benji, are you aware whether he had an IO in place at the time of his death?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the macrocytic anemia very briefly. I'm going to show you, again, states exhibit 102. Those appear to be the lab results from 7/21 of 21.
Yes.
Okay. Is this what you were looking for earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So in looking at these lab results, does this inform you as to whether you believe Benji was suffering from macrocytic anemia on 7/21 of 21?
Yes.
And what in particular?
Again, so we look at the hemoglobin and hematocrit, and while they are within normal range, they're very low. So the low limit of normal for hemoglobin being 11.5, and it's 11.7, so just kind of right there. But more telling is the MCV, the mean corpuscular volume, the size of that red blood cell, is 93.8, which is high. The upper limit for this laboratory being, so I have to draw 87. I'm sorry, 87. So that tells us those red blood cells are too big. So we're already at that macrocytosis, and the hemoglobin's already dropping. So we're very close to that macrocytic anemia.
Okay. Which again indicates a vitamin deficiency?
Yes.
Sure. Dr. Molina, did you take photographs during the physical examination part of the autopsy on August 18th of 2021?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 121 through 215. In looking at those and previously talking this morning, does this appear to be the full set of autopsy photos?
Yes, it does appear to be a full set of autopsy photos.
And did these photos truly accurately represent Benji at the time of his autopsy on August 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to pages 121 through 215. There were full autopsy photographs and his previous itinerary discovery.
Your Honor, may I take this witness just on a brief work hire?
Sure.
Dr. Molina, you said these are all of the photos from the autopsy, correct?
I believe they are. If you want me to match them, I can.
No, I'm just saying, like, so this is, did you take any other photos than what's in here?
Aside from the other photos that were taken after the autopsy, such as the gastric contents. And then there were other photos. So those photos were taken at the time of the autopsy. Additional photos were taken at the request of counsel after the autopsy had been completed, including the gastric contents and some, I believe, you requested of tissues.
Right, and those additional photos that were requested by counsel were taken in 2024?
I don't remember the exact dates, but yes, they weren't taken at the time of the autopsy.
In Benjamin's, they weren't of Benjamin's body, they were of evidence that y'all were maintaining at the MD's office, correct?
Specimens that we were maintaining, but yes.
Okay, and so just to be clear though, there are no photos that exist of the insides of Benji's organs or anything like that that you took at the time?
Correct.
No objection as to, what is it states?
121 through 215.
121 through 215.
States Exhibit 121 through 215 inclusive are admitted. They may be published.
So the first photo I'm going to show you is State's Exhibit 121. Is that Benji on the date of your autopsy?
Technically, that is a photograph on August 17th when the body was, it's what we call the intake photo. So it's when the body arrived to the office. We always take a photograph. And the body actually came in the 17th and the autopsy was performed on the 18th.
Okay, so this is the intake photo from the 17th as his body came to the ME's office.
Correct.
So, as it relates to his physical appearance, anything telling to you as it relates to your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji suffered from starvation at the time of his death?
From this photograph, you can see that he appears to be underweight and small for age.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 126. There's some like purplish hue right here on what appears to be his buttocks. Are you familiar with Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be Mongolian spots to you?
The purplish hue does. In this photograph, there's also some contusions noted as well. But yes, the purplish hue is.
Like right here, and then generally right here.
For the Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Yes.
And then contusions would be these spots kind of right here, correct?
Yes.
And this is a better picture of that actually shown, which is State's Exhibit 127. See if I turn off the light, if it will. Maybe not. In that, again, the Mongolian spots right here. This one,
Yes.
okay,
Yes to that one. The other one's a little higher.
okay. Is it okay if she comes out from the stand, Judge?
Yes.
And if you could just point for the jury, the difference between where the Mongolian spots would be and where the contusions would be.
So there's a Mongolian spot right here. And there's a Mongolian spot, this kind of whole area here, which is kind of purple. And then we see these kind of separate, darker, maybe red areas. Those are contusions.
Okay, thank you. I want to show you what is admitted as State's Exhibit 136. I'm going to cover Benji's genitalia with just a sticky note. As it relates to this photograph, is there anything in this that is telling as it relates to Benji's size and her weight, and for your opinions related to starvation?
So again, in this photograph, we can see that he's underweight. We see a prominence of the ribs. We see that the abdomen is somewhat scaphoid, goes down, it's not flat.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted in State's Exhibit 147. This point right here on State's Exhibit number 147, is that where the IO line would have been placed?
That is certainly an IO mark, and yes, that is where the IO was.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 149. Is that Benji?
Yes.
And again, can you see his ribs in this picture?
Yes.
What does that indicate to you?
Again, this is just showing that he's underweight. There's a prominence of the ribs and the abdomen again goes down instead of lying flat.
Going back to State's 147, I'm talking about the IO line. Again, that can be used to place fluids within the body.
To place fluids into the body?
Yes.
Yes.
And when the IO is placed and saline is put into the body, can that affect the ultimate weight?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you're putting fluids into the body, and the fluids, especially during times of resuscitation, the fluids have nowhere to go. So any fluid you put into the body will stay in the body, increasing the weight by how much fluid you've put into the body.
So your measurement of Benji's weight at 12.9,
12.7.
12.7 kilos at the time of his death potentially could have been inflated by the fact that he was receiving fluids prior to the time of his death?
Potentially, yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. As State's Exhibit 111. Again, is what I'm pointing to in this photograph, is that the IO line?
Yes.
And this area that's around it that appears like wetness. I think generally speaking, we'll look at defense exhibit, also number 8. Is it possible that this, based on your understanding of how these codes work, how people are brought in with IOs, and the emergency medical treatment they might receive, that whether this is saline or whether this is urine?
It could be either. I couldn't say.
Okay. So the fact that there's wetness on this bed, you cannot say that that is urine.
Not definitively, no.
Okay. And in looking at State's Exhibit number 111, does the diaper appear to be cut to you?
Yes.
And on which side of his body?
Left.
Okay. So this side of the body is where it's cut.
Correct.
So you can see the area of wetness kind of extending down here in State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit number 10, the wetness over here. The wetness that's over here, is that on the same side as the IO line?
Yes.
And with the diaper being cut this way, would you expect it, if it was urine, to go in that direction?
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation at this time.
I'm going to let her answer, considering her expertise. Go ahead.
So in order for that to be urine, again, it's likely not coming from the diaper because the diaper is absorbent. So it would come from basically urination occurring after the diaper's cut, which would then travel kind of by least resistance, which would be most likely to the left since the right side of the diaper is more intact. So yes, I would expect it to be more on the left side than the right.
Okay. But on this photo, you can see that the wetness is present on the right side of his body.
Correct.
I want to go talking about the weights just for a second again. I know it was late yesterday. I know my brain wasn't working like it should. When we were talking about State's Exhibit 111, and I apologize for yesterday for making you do math on the spot. So again, looking at this, the highest weight that he was 48 months, is that correct?
Correct.
And as it relates to if he would have continued on this 25% growth rate, again, what would his weight been at the time of his death in kilograms at 58 months?
Approximately 16.5 and change.
Okay. And how much did he weigh at the time of his death?
12.7.
Okay, and that is a difference roughly of, you're doing it again.
I'm gonna do 3.8.
Okay. And let's just round it to 4 for ease purposes.
Thank you.
4 every pound is how many pounds per kilogram?
There are, 1 pound is 2.2 kilos. 2.2 pounds is 1 kilo, sorry.
Okay. So 2.2 times 4 is 8.8.
Correct.
Okay. So there would have been a difference of 8.8 pounds if he would have stayed on the curb compared to what his actual weight was at the time of death.
Correct.
And 8.8 is approximately what, 8.8 pounds, let's roughly say 9, is what percentage of 28 pounds, which is roughly his weight at the time of death?
It's roughly a third, so 30%.
So, again, that third represents the difference in the weight had he stayed on the curb.
Correct.
As looking at in your death investigation, were you able to review photographs of Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 76, which has already been admitted, which is photographed. I'm going to show you picture number 3 on State's Exhibit number 76, which states a capture time of 4/4/21. Around April of 2021, do you have a weight for Benji at that point?
The closest weight I have would be March 25th
Of 2021?
of 2021.
And how much did he weigh then?
14.6.
Which is the second highest weight you had for Benji as a review of your medical records, correct?
Correct.
And so, on April 1st, or around there, was Benji growing at that point?
No.
Okay, so his body would have already been in the decline?
Correct, from the trend.
Okay. So looking at that photo, compared to photograph number 30 on State's Exhibit number 76, which indicates a capture time of, or capture date of August 14th of 2021. Cooperate. Are you able to see a difference in Benji's appearance?
By my eye, yes, mainly evidenced in the face, since you can't see much of the body in the right photo.
Does it appear to you that his face is the same shape or size?
About the same size, just less tissue.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 94, which has already been testified to, was taken on July 20th of 2021. In this photograph, can you see any signs in this photograph that Benji may be suffering from malnutrition?
You can certainly tell from this photograph it appears to be underweight. You can see the ribs from the back as well as the scapular margins, the shoulder bone. You can see that outlined on both sides as well.
Okay. And is there a weight for Benji around the time that this photograph was taken?
I apologize, what did you say the date was?
This was taken on 7/20 of 21?
So from, I believe there's two weights from 7/21. One is, I believe, 14.6, and the other, I believe, was 13.8.
And the 13.8, where was that taken?
I believe that was from the Children's Hospital of San Antonio. I could be mistaken.
Okay. And the 14.6, that was from where?
The Pearl Emergency Room.
Prior to that, him receiving treatment at the Pearl ER, was there a weight that you were able to go through the records and see that you weighed prior to that?
Prior to July 21st?
Yes.
So the one I have prior to that is March 25th, which was 14.6.
Okay. And then what's the next time that he was weighed from the medical records after July 21st of 2021?
July 26th of 2021 was 13.84.
Okay. So the 21st, Chosa says he's 13.8, and then on the 26th, what facility was he there?
Luis Lopez, the little buddy's pediatrician,
Okay, and how much did he weigh there again?
13.84.
So roughly the same weight?
Correct.
So, for argument's sake, 13.8 roughly here based on one of the medical records. And around this time he was 14.6 kilos based on the medical records and when this photograph says it was taken, roughly.
Correct.
In your autopsy report, you indicated that there was cerebral edema, correct?
Correct.
And what is cerebral edema?
That's swelling of the brain.
And would you have expected to find that during Benji's autopsy?
Yes.
Why is that?
Cerebral edema is a very common finding at autopsy when someone's undergone resuscitation. Cerebral edema is a result of the brain not receiving enough oxygen, which is an injury, and it will swell. So it's a very common finding that we see. Cerebral edema can also be found in multiple other causes of death, such as heart attacks, drug overdoses, starvation. So it's a common finding on autopsy.
So was the cerebral edema a cause of his death?
No.
It's a result of his death.
Correct.
Can cerebral edema be a cause of death?
In a very, very specific situation, there is something called malignant cerebral edema that can be a cause of death, but it's very specific and requires a certain set of circumstances in order for that to be diagnosed.
You also indicated in your report that there was a lack of herniation, is that correct? Or something to that effect?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So in order for cerebral edema to be a cause of death, the brain needs to herniate. What that means is the brain is enclosed in the skull. It has no room to grow, So if your brain swells, easiest way to think of this is if you fall and twist your ankle and your ankle swells, right? You can see the swelling because your ankle grows. Same thing happens to the brain, but it's enclosed in the skull. So it has nowhere to go. And so when that happens, it starts to push down through what we call the foramen magnum. That's the hole at the bottom of the skull where the brain connects to the spinal cord. The brain will start to push down. It's the only way out, if you will, only direction to swell. We call that herniation. And when that happens, the brain, the nerves of the brain can start to compress, and that can cause death. And that is how cerebral edema can potentially cause death in that very specific circumstance. But there's no evidence of that in this case.
So again, you did not observe any herniation of the brain.
Correct.
And so that would not have been a cause of his death.
Correct.
This might sound like a silly question, but as a medical professional, can you just look at a child, if you've never met the child before, and say, they're suffering from starvation?
No.
Why is that?
Starvation, unfortunately, is very difficult to diagnose at a point in time. Clinically, it's usually diagnosed because you have a child who's not gaining weight, and so you put them in the hospital, you feed them, they gain weight. And so again, it's that trend. You have to know that they're not gaining weight, then you have to know that they can gain weight. So starvation, again, we require multiple data points, if you will, in order to diagnose it. You can't just have one thing and say, oh, this is what it is.
Is it also potentially affected by whether a medical professional has seen that child more than once?
Yes.
How so?
Again, if you have, say, a treating physician who's maybe the regular pediatrician who's routinely seeing a child, then again, they might be able to see that weight loss. And if they're charting it or they're looking at the child saying, oh, this child's falling off the curve. They have multiple data points to look at versus just looking at one snapshot in time.
In your review of the medical records, does it appear to you that Benji saw the same provider within the last 10 months of his life more than once?
It appears he saw one provider twice, and went to the same facility at least twice, but I don't know if he saw the same provider.
Okay, what provider did he see more than once?
Luis Lopez.
Okay. And what days did he see him?
December 9th of 2020 and July 26th of 2021.
What was the first thing he said?
December 9th of 2020 at age approximately 50 months, and then again at 57 months.
Okay. And then the facility that he went to more than once?
The Children's Hospital of San Antonio, I believe both of those are emergency room visits.
Okay, but you're not aware, based on your memory, that if that was the same provider or not?
Correct.
Okay. During the emergency medical treatment at the time of his death, was there some treatment that Benji had in order to, for lack of a better term, deflate his belly?
Yes.
And what is that?
They placed the nasogastric tube, the tube I believe we discussed yesterday, they put in through your nose and into your stomach to let I believe it was specifically mentioned to there was abdominal distension noted, and so they placed that.
Are you familiar with the definition in the Texas law as it relates to serious bodily injury?
Yes,
Is it your opinion that at the time of his death, Benjamin suffered serious bodily injury?
yes,
The substantial weight loss prior to him ultimately dying, would you also consider that serious bodily injury?
yes,
Would Benjamin receiving adequate nutrition potentially prevented his death?
potentially, yes,
Would Benji receiving adequate nutrition potentially prevented his weight loss?
potentially, yes,
Would Benji seeking medical care prevented his ultimate death?
potentially, yes.
Ultimately, what is your opinion as it relates to Benji's cause of death
That he died from starvation,
and the manner of his death?
homicide.
I'll pass it to this judge.
Is anybody good? Can we move to the forward? Okay. I'm sorry.
Dr. Molina, you would agree that a lot of the terms that you use, most lay people like myself, we don't use those terms, correct?
Some of the terms, yes, I try to define them when I can, yes.
Okay, and so in order to help the jury understand cause and manner of death, would it be helpful, can I make you a demonstrative of what we're talking about as we talk about it, to put the name that we're saying, the word we're saying, so that we can define it at that time, and then they will have it as to what you're telling them it means. Is that fair?
Sure.
Judge, can we approach? Do you need the remote, Judge?
Yeah.
Are you just changing it to the camera?
Yes, please. So first, just backing up, I would like, you said there's a difference between the cause of death and the manner of death, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so I'm just going to write cause and then manner. Is that too low? Okay. So when we're looking at these, would you agree they're two distinct things?
Correct.
And when you're talking about the cause of death, would you agree that that's going to be it comes up largely from your autopsy, scientific evidence, and it's more objective?
Correct. I mean, they're both objective terms, but yes, cause from the autopsy and science, correct.
Okay, so this is going to be more of your expertise is the cause, correct? I mean, that's what you train on. Not that you can't come up with manner, I'm not saying that, but the cause is what, why we have medical examiners come in and look at the body, correct?
So medical examiners are actually trained in both cause and manner of death because we're trained in death investigation. I believe maybe what you're getting at is that cause comes mostly from medical school, whereas the training in manner comes more from our fellowship. So cause is based more meaning on medicine.
Okay. Medicine. And then versus the manner, and yesterday you said there was 5 things, and only 5 things that can be a manner.
Correct.
Okay, and what were those?
So it can be natural,
Okay,
accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined.
okay. Now, when you're looking at the manner of death, does it take into account much more of what lay people might see? For instance, like the evidence in the case, as opposed to the autopsy and medicine.
So when determining manner, first again, manner is an epidemiologic term defined on the death certificate by these 5 choices, right? So manner takes into consideration the circumstances of how the death occurred. And so the autopsy plays a role in determining manner, but so do the circumstances. So if I may, for example, a contact gunshot wound to the head would be consistent with a suicide. So if the circumstances suggest that their person is alone with the firearm, there's a note of intent, and there's a contact gunshot wound to the head, that would all be consistent with suicide. However, if the circumstances suggest that perhaps another person took a firearm and placed it in contact with someone's head, and maybe there's a witness who saw this and pulled the trigger, that same contact gunshot wound could be a homicide. It depends on the circumstances of how the wound was sustained. The way that they can interact is, let's say a person is found alone in a room and there's no firearm present, and it's not a contact gunshot wound, it's a distant gunshot wound. It's much more difficult for that autopsy to be a suicide because it would be hard for that person to shoot themselves in such a manner. So that's how they play together. The autopsy findings can certainly help us with manner, but so do the circumstances in the investigation.
So would it be fair to say, like, kind of how we define this to right circumstances, because that's really what you're considering in manner, correct? In addition to the autopsy, you've taken the cause, and now you're considering circumstances.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay, and then, so in this case, you found the cause was starvation.
Correct.
Okay. And you found that the manner was homicide.
Correct.
All right. Now, you would agree with me, though, that as a medical professional, or as any kind of professional, that at the end of this, your conclusion is your opinion, right? It's what you observed and the conclusion you came to.
Correct.
And so it's important to, would you agree to make sure that we document our work so that other people can evaluate it and confirm our findings, or maybe point out things that we may not have considered, correct?
It's important to document our work, yes, but it's to document our findings.
And Why is it important to document your findings?
Aside from the fact that it's the law under the occupational code, every physician must create a report to document their findings when they see a patient. It's important to transmit that information to others. For instance, if you see your physician and then you go see another physician, the second physician will look at the first physician's notes to see maybe what tests have already been done, so that they either don't repeat tests or can move on with their evaluation.
Now, you testified under oath 2 weeks ago. Do you recall that?
At the hearing, yes.
Yes. And do you remember me providing you with a copy of the documents that your office provided my office when we requested a copy of your file?
Yes, I believe you showed me a copy of our file.
Yes. And at this time, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 33. Can you confirm that this is,
So sorry.
the copy of your file that you provided to our office, minus the photos,
And slides and
slides? This is the paper copy.
Okay.
So, as we discussed at the hearing, this appears to be a copy of our file, with the exception of an open records request that appears to have come in after this was created. It also contains our entire toxicology file information, which I did not bring that file today. So, excuse me, I can't match that.
So you don't know if that's your entire toxicology file?
All of the data that should be here is here in the toxicology file.
Okay, thank you. And so I apologize, I need to make a correction. I misspelled. I'm sorry. And then, so, at this time, I'm asking defendant's exhibit 33 to be admitted.
Objection, Judge.
Defendant's 33 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you, so in defendant's exhibit 33, you also have your autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
And in there, your statement is that you found that it was most likely starvation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so your terms for cause are most likely starvation. But would you agree with me that starvation is a process of exclusion when you come to that conclusion?
It's eliminating all other reasons for the malnutrition paired with investigation. So there's some inclusionary and some exclusionary.
Right, but I mean, you have to exclude other things, as you have to take into consideration other theories that might have happened and rule those out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in doing that, can you find in your toxicology report the ketones that were tested?
So you want the data?
Yes. Can you just Okay, now, so out of the ketones, was acetone tested?
Yes.
Okay, where is that?
So you have to know what's on our panel. And so what you're looking at here is a gas chromatograph. And what you're looking at in a gas chromatograph is that there are peaks where the different drugs or chemicals will show up. And the absence of peaks means there are...
Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest zero exit.
It's been confirmed that this is a test for the deputies, so as best as you can, if you could please.
Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest zero.
Okay,
So
so let me ask this question. In your testing alcohols, acetone is tested under alcohol testing, correct?
alcohols and volatiles, which includes acetone and volatile chemicals, methanol, isopropanol.
And so in your in Defendant's Exhibit 33, which has the toxicology, you tested, or you can see that it tests for propanol, correct?
Well, in propanol is our internal standard. So the peak you're seeing is a chemical we added to make sure the test is working. Because if you saw absolutely no peaks, you might go, well, did it work or not? So we add a chemical at a specific concentration to make sure the test is working. So in propanol is what we added to this assay.
Okay, but when you're looking at the assay, and meaning the test, it just says ethanol, correct?
So what this is showing run times, and we're looking for peaks, right? And it's not showing any peaks. In this particular one you're looking at, there's a teeny tiny little blip that the computer picked up where ethanol might be, but it's actually not real. And we know that because we look at these run times, areas, and heights. So again, we have chemists who are trained to do these tests. You have to look at where the peak is, the size of the peak, right? Where it comes out to determine if it's really the specific drug. So in this particular case, there really aren't any peaks here. So that's why on the testing it says none detected. There's no other peaks detected on here of significance other than the one we created.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. When you test for alcohol, give me the items that you're testing for in alcohol.
I would have to look at our list, but the main one, I mean, there are literally hundreds of different drugs on our drug screens. I can't name them all for you. On our alcohol screen, the main drugs that we look for on that screen are ethanol, which is drinking alcohol, methanol, isopropanol, acetone. We look for volatiles, so those are your butanes, your fluorocarbons. There's many different drugs that we look for on each of these screens.
Okay, but acetone is one of those, correct?
Correct.
Now, going to your growth chart, I want to, it's right here.
I think we grabbed it on the.
I have mine. I don't have it.
The road chart?
That's my copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Charts and graphs, okay, here it is.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the data. When you say you did your graph chart, it's in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
It looks like
110.
110, yes.
110. And in it, your data points, you noted that you got verbal stuff from CHOSA, like for your data. Would you see that where it says CHOSA 1518, verbal from Dr. Callahan?
Callahan, yes.
Okay. From CHOSA, I'll just say it's from CHOSA. Okay, so you called in and got this data, correct?
So actually what happened was we got the records from CHOSA. We requested all of the records. And when I looked at each of the records for each of those data points, I noticed that the height and weight information was missing from all of our files, which told me that perhaps we requested the wrong document. We usually request a physician progress notes. Dr. Callahan is an emergency room physician with CHOSA, and I know her. So I called her and I said, we obviously requested the wrong information because I have the information of the visit. I know why the child's there, but I'm missing what we call the vital signs, right? The heart rate, the blood pressure. Where is that data so that we request the right thing from CHOSA, right? And she was kind enough to actually give me the data points I was requesting for each visit because she could see it on her computer screen, so I didn't have to go through another records request.
When did you call her and get those weights?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but I could tell you that it was sometime between likely between December 13th when we received the CHOSA records and January 6th when we requested more CHOSA records but actually knew what to request.
Okay. And so, so this isn't at the time of autopsy, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to call CHOSA and over the phone get those weights.
Correct.
And so you testified earlier that he had only seen the provider CHOSA twice in that year, or in that, I think the state used the term 10 months, right?
If it was 10 months, correct.
But in fact, CHOSA throughout his lifetime has seen the child by your logging is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then on the date of his death, which would have been 8. So, but 7 times prior to his death, he saw CHOSA, correct?
During his lifetime.
And so any doctor working at CHOSA is going to have access to his history, correct?
They should, yes.
And on 7/21/2021, which is right here, correct?
Yes.
That would have been 50, he would have been 56 months and 3/4. 56.
Correct.
Now, on the 7/21/2021 visit, this is a full workup. We have labs that day, and not just that the Children's Hospital of San Antonio doctors look at him, but we also, would you agree, have the Center for Miracles doctors, at least they're consulted on all the data that the doctors from CHOSA are receiving, correct?
That is my understanding. I actually don't have those records.
You don't have the 7/20?
No, the Center for Miracles. You're asking about the Center for Miracles consult.
Oh, okay. But they're referenced in the CHOSA records that the jury has, correct? Because
I believe so. I can't memorize what's in all those records.
fair. But if they go look at 7/21/2021, it's noting that they are conferring with multiple doctors about this case.
Again, I'd have to reference the records. I apologize.
And not only are they conferring with multiple doctors, but this is not your typical ER visit, is it? I mean, they didn't just walk in and say, hey, I've got a sore throat. They went there specifically to have a workup done at the request of Child Protective Services.
So it appears that, I don't know if he was sent there at the request of Child Protective Service. Oh, no, I apologize. CPS sent him. It appears he's there for non-specific bruising of his body and self-harm behaviors.
And also in there, the doctors note that they are have been informed of possible malnutrition.
It says, I'm not sure about concerns for malnutrition. It says previously struggled to gain weight, requires nutritional shakes to gain weight appropriately, greatly increased appetite. I don't see any concerns for malnutrition,
Okay.
sorry.
Well, you haven't looked through.
Right, I'm
entire record.
only looking at the first page. so.
And it's about 20 or plus pages long. So assuming it's in there, and they have the record before them. But at that time, they are doing a full panel. They're looking for, they do all these labs on him. They do a CT scan and an MRI.
Are you going to be questioning about these records for a little bit? Okay, let's go ahead and take a morning break to allow Dr. Miranda to review the records. We're going to take about 5-10 minute break, please.
All right, for the jury.
Correct. Intentionally harm.
You may be seated.
Ms. Sawyers, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 102, and it's turned to the visit that is documented on July 22nd, but I believe it starts on July 21st of 2021. You've reviewed those records, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, if you need to step down, I'd like for you to read what the chief complaint was.
So just the first part of that initial comments?
The first
Or
and second.
up for stated complaint? So the
where it
chief
says
complaint-
initial- Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, chief complaint is listed as I complaints. That's why I wanted to.
Okay, and then what are they told that they're going to be basing their, the initial comments to the doctors?
So just the 4-year-old, without reading the whole thing, 4-year, 9-month-old boy with history of speech delay and previous failure to thrive, here for chief complaint of bruising. Patient was seen by another doctor earlier today who noted that the patient had bruising around his eyes and some other non-specific bruises on his bodies. They recommended that he come here for further evaluation.
And then, can you continue, please?
An anonymous Child Protective Services report was filed prior to arrival. Parents say that for the last 2 months, the patient has had intermittent self-harming behaviors at home. These occur when the patient becomes upset or throws a tantrum. They say that he hits his head on the ground or throws his body into things. They say that he got a black eye from hitting his face against an object while upset. Parents also say that he chews on his fingers, causing abrasions on the backs of his fingers. They say that he has never knocked himself out or had vomiting after these episodes of self-harm. Parents say that he frequently scratches at or rubs his eyes, but deny causing him any visible injury to his eyes in the recent past. Further, they say that he frequently puts objects into his ears and compulsively rubs inside of ear canals with various objects, sometimes causing injury to the ear canals. The patient is followed by an ENT. He has a referral to see a behavioral specialist in the near future. Parents deny him having any easy bleeding or easy breathing, but instead that the force of his self-harming behaviors causes injury.
And then just the last section.
Parents say that he had previously struggled to gain weight and requires nutritional shakes to gain weight appropriately. Parents also say that he had a greater increased appetite and often makes several trips to the refrigerator every night to eat what he can find. Parents say that he has.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Normal motor skills for a child his age. Parents deny any suspicion that anyone in his life has intentionally harmed him.
Okay, so you would agree with me that at the outset, the parents are disclosing information that is important for a doctor to know so that they can evaluate the child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this, are you aware that there was a welfare check on July 20th, 2021?
A welfare check? No.
Okay, and you haven't seen the EMS records from that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you're not aware that officers went out and actually interviewed Benji and Brandon at that time at their home about these injuries, are you?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I recall.
Okay, so to your recollection, you didn't see any of that evidence?
I don't recall.
You didn't see any body-worn cameras of officers talking to Benji?
I don't recall.
Now, I'm showing you what is it CTM?
That's the Center for Miracles that you asked about.
So you could tell from the records that Center for Miracles was consulted.
It appears they were consulted and agreed with the workup.
And then on the disposition, what is the disposition, is a departure plan?
For under additional instructions.
I think it just said disposition,
Okay,
departure
so-
plan.
Right, so home self-care is the disposition, and then the departure plan is Benjamin was seen today for multiple bruises and self-harming behavior. His lab work is reassuring here, but a few tests will take several days to come back. He is safe to continue to watch at home. Please follow up with your regular doctor as soon as possible to discuss his symptoms. He may need a referral to a geneticist as well as his behavior specialist.
And can you continue with the police call?
Please call his ear, nose, throat doctor about his ear injury. He may have a ruptured eardrum. Avoid swimming or submerging his head while bathing. Showers are okay. Keep any objects out of the ear.
I just want you to finish off what they're saying.
You can use Tylenol or Motrin at home if he has pain. Child Protective Services will be in contact about his safety plan. Please notify them or see a doctor immediately if you are worried that anyone has harmed him in any way.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that nowhere in this disposition or departure plan, rather, do they inform the parents that they need to go see a nutritionalist, correct?
Not from this that we've read, correct?
They don't say, hey, you know what, let's go ahead and put him in IVs and give him fluids or make sure he can absorb nutrients, right? They don't do any kind of nutritional supplementation to show that he can absorb nutrients, correct?
We haven't read the whole file, but I don't recall them doing that, correct?
And they didn't say, hey, you know, let's journal or log what he eats every day. They don't recommend that.
Not at this point, correct?
And at any point, there's not a single doctor that sees him that says, let's journal what he's eating.
Not that I recall, correct?
And they also don't say daily weigh-ins, like, hey, like, we're worried about his weight, let's make sure we're weighing him every day. They don't tell him that, correct?
Correct.
And then also the CT scan, they had a CT scan done.
Of his head, correct.
Okay. And it came back negative.
Well, I mean, there's some findings, but it's negative for trauma.
Okay. But I mean, at this point, you have multiple doctors seeing him, and not a single doctor says, you know, hey, we need that there was some type of fracture to the skull or anything like that, correct?
I don't actually know if multiple doctors see him, because again, all of this is documented, as far as I can tell, by one treating physician who's maybe consulting other doctors over the phone. I can't attest to multiple doctors seeing him, although they may have. But yes, what they're doing at this point is ruling out significant trauma.
Okay. And so basically, if there is bruising, it's superficial to the outside. It's not, we don't have any, it hasn't, if there's bruising, that doesn't mean there's trauma behind the skull or anything like that, correct?
They ruled out significant internal head injuries. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And let's go back to your chart and let's talk about that same day. And I'm going to show you the show set from 7/21/2021, and then also the Pearl ER of 7/21/2021, right? So you testified earlier that they were the same date and they have two very different weights, 14.6 and 13.8, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so, you know, when someone asks me about how much something weighs, I relate it to pounds, not kilograms, so this is super confusing for me. So I want to make sure that we know the difference between 1 kilogram, and 1 pound, right? So can you tell me how much 1 kilogram is in pounds?
2.2 pounds.
Okay, and so if 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds, and there's a difference on the exact same day of 14.6 minus 13.8 kilograms. How much is the difference between those?
Can you move the paper up a little?
Oh, yes, thank you.
It'll just make it easier for me.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that is 0.8 kilograms.
Okay, 0.8. And so what would that be in pounds?
Approximately 1 pound.
Well,
I'm sorry, hang on.
here, would you like
A little less, so it's about, can we go approximately 2 pounds?
Okay.
Since it's 2.2.
It's approximately 2 pounds. I'm gonna put
Maybe a little less than 2 pounds, but we'll go approximately 2 pounds.
squiggly sign means approximate?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do squiggly sign, 2 pounds. All right, so now you would agree with me that 2 pounds on someone who weighs 200 pounds is not significant.
Correct.
But someone who is weighing 28 pounds, because if we were to do, like, for instance, 14.6 in pounds, this is where conversion. But the point is that let's say 30 pounds, an individual's 30 pounds. So 2 pounds on a 30-pound person is more significant than it would be on someone who's 200 pounds.
Correct.
Okay. And so, when we have a weight that's this disparate in the same day, then we have to question which one is correct, because does someone lose 2 pounds in a day?
Not usually, but again, it might depend on what they're wearing, how they were weighed. So it might not be that the patient lost 2 pounds. It could be a variation in how they were weighed.
Fair. And so with each of these measurements that we're looking at on your chart, you would agree that we don't know back in September 29th, 2020, if he weighed 14.8 pounds, because we don't know the accuracy of that weight, correct? Because we don't know if the scale was calibrated. We don't know what he was wearing, what he was eating, if he had gone to the bathroom recently, correct?
Correct. There's some variation in each of the weights.
Okay. And so, and you did not speak with any of the doctors that actually saw Benji in the last 30 days of his life, did you?
Not except for, again, the physician who treated him on his passing.
Okay, so you spoke with
Dr. Ian Mitchell, I believe I spoke with. I believe I seem to recall he called the day of the autopsy.
Okay, because will you verify who the treating physician is at CHOSA on August 17th, 2021?
I apologize. Just Are those records separate
No, they're at the back.
from August 17th?
They're at the back. I think it's
Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, I was looking. So, so it appears that the ER physician, it appears that the ER physician is Dr. Kumar and the consulting physician is Dr. Ian Mitchell.
Okay, so the consulting one, but the one that was actually in the ER with the child, you did not consult with.
Dr. Kumar, no.
And then you say you did speak with Mitchell?
I seem to recall I spoke with Dr. Mitchell.
Now, in your, in the packet that you provided, there's an investigative report, correct?
Correct.
That's in Defendant's Exhibit 33. In the investigative report, you list what you do on the case. Is that right?
Correct.
And in there, can you tell me whether or not you noted that you talked with Ian Mitchell?
No, it is not documented.
Okay. But let's also talk about then, did you at any point review CPS records?
I do not recall having actual CPS records, but I do not recall actually having CPS records to review, no.
Okay. So, and you would also agree with me that in your investigative report, you don't list ever having received body-worn camera footage or viewed body-worn camera footage from the 7/20/21 incident or welfare check.
Correct, that's not documented.
Now, if you indicate that the body mass index is important, it is an ability to take someone's weight and height at that moment in time and come up with the BMI, correct?
Correct. The body mass index, or BMI, is a calculation using weight and height.
And so doctors across the United States can do that at any particular point, and they are able to determine right there if they think there might be something that's flagging as problematic or that needs to be looked at further, correct?
They can calculate the BMI, yes, it can be useful clinically.
And in your, you did not make a chart for the height in this case,
Correct.
and you did not make a BMI chart, correct?
Not as part of the autopsy, correct.
Well, and we asked for your entire file, and there's no chart of BMI in your file.
Correct.
Now, in 2021, your office was short-staffed, correct?
Correct.
Significantly understaffed.
We were understaffed, I don't know if significantly.
Well, did you make statements to the media indicating that y'all were understaffed?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer, sorry.
Yes,
And in fact, you were asking for additional funding because y'all were understaffed.
we were asking for different additional positions, I believe, although the 2021 timeframe is, but yes, we were asking for positions.
Yeah, because what's going on at this time? We have COVID, right?
Correct.
And so y'all are having an increased influx of autopsies that are needing to be performed.
Our caseloads increased, yes. We had more in-depths that we needed to investigate.
Okay. And that then eventually your office is put on probation because it's put on probation, correct?
So our name accreditation, so our accrediting body, which is the National Association of Medical Examiners, changes our accreditation status to provisional because of our caseloads, yes.
And when did you get put on probation?
August of 2021, I seem to recall.
Okay. And so, let me ask you, in this case, in the past, you've indicated that part of what you considered was the introduction of a new care provider in Benji's life. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that being something that was considered. I believe the investigative information was considered.
And when, if you know, do you know who Miranda Casarez is?
I believe, I do not know the exact relation, but I believe she's a caregiver to
Okay.
Benjamin.
And so she's a caregiver. Do you know when she entered Benji's life?
No.
Okay. And so when we're looking at that graph that looking at this graph, that is your graph, you're not aware of when Benji came to live with Brandon, first off, correct?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. So if the data or the information and facts are that he came to live with Brandon in January of 2019, what month would that make him? By looking at your chart, can you tell?
You said January of 2019?
Yes.
So approximately 6 months. So that would make him about 27 months approximately?
27 months, okay. And this is, do you know the exhibit number for the chart? Because this is my copy. So,
The exhibit number for the growth chart?
yes.
The growth chart is, the spreadsheet is 110, the table graph, I'm sorry, the graph is 111.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's,
I don't think it's up there. I think it's so we will, I'm sorry.
okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 34. You would agree that this is your chart that we were talking about earlier, correct?
So this is the chart that was...
That we admitted as
Correct.
110. Correct. Now, going off of that, I'm going to use this so I can mark on it, because I can't mark on an exhibit that's already been admitted. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 34. And you said what month is January 2020 and 2019?
January 2019, I believe we said, so June of 18, was approximately 27 months.
Okay, and would you agree with me that 27 months would be about here? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So I'm going to place a point here, and I'm going to write January 2019. Okay. Now, so if the facts in this case show that prior to January 2019, Brandon didn't have Benji. And then he gets Benji in January 2019, and he has Benji from January 2019 until he passes, right? How long is that? You said 27 months?
So that's, and he passes at 58 months, so approximately 30 months.
Okay, so he has him for 30 months. And can I write 30 months here? Just so that we, I'm gonna write 30 months. And this is where the chart ends, the last period, the 58 month right here. I guess it's a little bit in from 60. Right. Okay. All right. And this would be August of 2021. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so now looking at this, we break it up, and we start to look at these dots that you have put, the lighter blue, those are the data points that relate to your chart.
That relate to Benjamin. Correct.
The chart that you created.
The spreadsheet, correct.
And so you can see that in Brandon's care, he actually, at least according to the data, shows that he's doing, he's doing well. He's getting off of the 5th percentile line, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the issue I want to point out is there's two dots on this entire thing that are off of the 5th percentile. Would you agree? There's this
that are above the 5th percentile? Correct.
Okay. And so those also could be anomalies, meaning that the weights that were weighed in are skewed by either wearing a jacket, pants, as opposed to shorts. So we can't say with complete accuracy that even those data points are his curve.
It's possible.
Okay. Now, at this stage, Your Honor, just for demonstrative purposes, I'd like to ask that Defendant's Exhibit 34 be admitted.
Judge, we ask that it not be fully admitted into the record, but if it is admitted only as a demonstrative.
That's all you're asking, Ms. Sawyers, correct?
Yes.
For demonstrative? Defendant's Exhibit 34 may be marked and noted on the record as a defense demonstrative. Yes, ma'am.
So when you do an investigation, you don't know who is, let's say that it's earlier you gave an example of someone who had gotten shot, right? Your investigation as a medical examiner is not to go determine who shot the person, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that if we take your premise of starvation and we take your premise that it's intentional, then you wouldn't know who might have been depriving Benji of food, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's break that down even further. So we have the starvation. The definition of starvation is, well, can you give me your definition of starvation? Let's start with that.
So starvation would be essentially lethal malnutrition with no other cause, meaning, for instance, lethal malnutrition can happen with certain disease states. For instance, metastatic cancer, anorexia, certain forms of dementia where people aren't eating, right? These can all result in lethal malnutrition, but those we don't call those starvation because there's another reason, right? So in the case of anorexia, it would be anorexia or the cancer. Starvation is a term that's used when the lethal malnutrition has no other cause. So there's not a disease process responsible.
And you would agree with me that in the last 20 years, there's only been 2 cases through the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office that have found starvation as the cause.
Correct.
All right. And one of those, you were not the only one that you have worked on. Is this one?
The only autopsy I performed is this one.
Okay. But there is the other one, the prior one, and that was, would you agree, back from 2003?
Yes.
Okay. And did you sign off on that autopsy report?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so at this time, I'd like to provide you, so in reviewing that report, would it help refresh your recollection as to the age and weight of that particular individual?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 35. Now,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to line of questioning against the arguments.
Your Honor, it's relevant because out of the two, these are they're the same age, and it would help the jury to understand and evaluate.
I'll give you some leeway, Ms. Sawyer.
Thank you. All right, so by looking at the age of the other case, the only other case that's been declared starvation, what was the age of that individual?
So 4 years, if you want any more than that, I'll have to calculate.
4 years and 4 months?
Let me look. Approximately, yes, 4 years and 4 months.
Okay. And how much did that child weigh?
To make it consistent with the case we're discussing, I will say 7.17 kilograms.
Okay. And how much was his height?
36 inches.
And so he was, so at 7.17 kilograms, would you agree with me, is 15.8 pounds?
Approximately. If you calculated it, I'll take your word for it.
And this 4-year-old, 4 year, 4 month is 15.81 pounds, and Benji was 28 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Now, in reviewing that case, do you recall that that child was bound?
Yes.
Okay. And in reviewing that case, do you recall that that child could not physically get up and walk? Particularly had to be carried because he could not walk, stand up.
I apologize, I'm reading the investigative report. I don't have that information in this report, and I don't recall.
Okay. So, but at the time, y'all would have had access to the investigative report as well from the police?
We would have worked with the police as far as the investigation, yes.
Okay. And so, does your office still maintain photos of from autopsies? How long do they maintain them?
For perpetuity.
Okay. And so you would have access to the photo of this child at his autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen the photo of that child recently?
I don't know recently, but I've seen the photo of this child.
And so you could provide that to the board or to us if you were called back, to be called back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you mentioned that you mentioned Dr. DeMayo's, did I pronounce
Dr.
it?
DeMayo?
DeMayo? And that y'all had, that there's a textbook that he puts out, correct?
Correct.
And that you also are collaborate with him on that?
On the 3rd edition, correct.
On the 3rd edition. And if there are articles that are contained in your textbook, you would agree with me that you believe those to be experts, correct?
I believe them to contain information.
Is it information that you put out to the public that you believe is reliable and that people in your field should rely upon?
Well, I mean, it's anytime you look at an article or cite an article, there's obviously information that you're trying to convey from it, whether it be a study or a theory. So you're just conveying that information. I wouldn't necessarily say that anyone's an expert without knowing specifically the article and the person, but I mean, certainly there was information in those articles to be conveyed.
And but I mean, the point is that you've put your name on it. You've considered whether it's valuable information that should or be considered or be relied upon. Yes?
Correct.
And then in that, you say that there was a starvation chapter, correct?
I believe there's a chapter on dehydration and starvation.
Okay. Is it entitled Deaths Due to Electrolyte Abnormalities and Starvation?
Oh, yes, that is the chapter.
Okay, and in that, there are photos of what let me ask you a distinction. Someone who is emaciated versus cachectic. Is there a difference?
Not really. They're both terms used for a very thin person, like extremely thin.
Extremely thin, right? I mean, so thin, like cachectic, that's what, when you see cachectic person, that's what we would think of when we think of Nazi concentration camps with, is that fair?
Certainly, if you think of people at Nazi concentration camps, you could describe them as cachectic, yes.
Okay. And so if someone is cachectic, and I will write that word out here in a second, hopefully for you all. But if they're cachectic, then, and they're found to be, it's a sign, like, you would recognize a cachectic person if they're standing there.
It would depend. I mean, it would depend on clothing and can you fully see them? But it is a descriptive term that we use, again, to describe people who are extremely thin. So at autopsy, yes.
And so if there is a cachectic person, it doesn't mean that they've actually died of starvation. At that point, obviously, you correct?
Correct.
Be cachectic and not die of starvation.
As the cause of death, correct.
And in someone who is cachectic, would you agree that there's also, as cited in your article, a plan that people tend to promote to help people who they believe are cachectic or maybe suffering from starvation to reintroduce food back into their system? Are you familiar with that?
You're talking about how to treat cachexia and starvation?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Okay, and malnourishment,
correct.
extreme malnourishment. Now, to be fair, there's degrees of malnourishment, yes?
Correct.
And so, I mean, the fact that I don't eat for a day or two does not mean I'm going to die of malnourishment.
Correct.
So, but when we see extreme malnourishment, that's cachectic, that's extreme, right?
Correct.
And when we see cachectic malnourishment, then at that point, there are complications in reintroducing food to that person's system, is there not?
If the cachexia is caused by starvation, meaning not eating, then yes.
Okay. And so, why is that? We can't just, if someone hasn't eaten, let's say, in a week, or I don't know, more, how long does it take to get to cachexia?
That would depend on the individual.
So, if they haven't eaten though, and they're on the verge of death by starvation, introducing food into the system could shut their body down, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And so there's actually a plan in place so that food can be introduced more slowly,
Correct.
so it doesn't overwhelm the body.
Correct.
And in this fact pattern, would you agree with me that there was no indication that there was an absolute withholding of food for a number of days?
So from the investigation, it does not appear it's an absolute withholding of food.
Okay. And so this is not the same as someone who is locked in a room and left without food or water, right?
Correct.
This is one of those that when we talk about starvation, would you agree with me that you also have to make the distinction between whether it's intentional or unintentional?
So that goes to manner of death,
And-
not cause, and starvation being cause.
Right, and I'm not assuming, for the sake of argument, your theory that it's starvation. Now, we have to then consider whether it's intentional or unintentional
Correct, to get to manner.
to get to manner. And that means whether or not it was homicide, or if it was unintentional, what would it be?
It would depend on it would depend on why the starvation happened. An unintentional deprivation of food, again, it would depend on those circumstances.
Okay, but I mean, it wouldn't be undetermined if you're like, hey, we know that the person didn't consume food. For instance, if they are choosing not to consume food, that would be their decision not to consume food, like for anorexia, right?
So, correct, and an adult who can make that decision and dies from, say, anorexia, those deaths are considered natural.
Okay, so that would have been a natural death. But it wouldn't have been an undetermined death, correct? Because you would have...
Again, it depends on the circumstances. So each case is individual. So undetermined would mean we just didn't have enough information to determine why the starvation occurred.
All right, and so in this case, though, when we're talking about intentional versus unintentional, would you agree, like we've seen evidence that there's multiple doctors that see Benji, correct?
Correct.
And that not on one of those trips to the doctor, do any of those records indicate that the parents were educated on potential vitamin deficiencies?
Correct.
And because you're pointing to vitamin deficiency earlier, correct?
I just said that macrocytosis can be a sign of vitamin deficiency.
You're not saying that this child was vitamin deficient, though?
No, I'm just saying that that can be a sign of vitamin deficiency.
Okay. So then let me back up. When the body does not have food, which is energy, right? Then, would you agree with me, it first burns fat, and then it burns protein, and then what does it burn?
Then unfortunately, it starts to consume whatever it can for energy and conserve as much as it can.
All right, and so in this case, would you agree with me that you do not know if the food, like what the food pattern was the week prior to his passing?
No, I do not.
And so there's doctors that are seeing the child, and can you tell at this point, I mean, let me back up. Let me go a different direction. Would you agree that death due to starvation from any cause is rare in this country?
Yes.
And would you describe...
I apologize. Death due to starvation. So again, starvation being lethal malnutrition with no other cause is rare, because deaths due to lethal malnutrition due to another cause, say anorexia, are called anorexia. So deaths due to starvation are rare in this country.
Okay, and do children dying of starvation still have visible and measurable subcutaneous fat?
Okay. Sometimes.
So, do you remember when I asked you the question, it burns fat, then protein, and then you're basically like, well, the next thing is your body stops working, correct?
If you get to, I said it'll burn whatever it can, but yes.
Okay. What else is there besides fat and protein?
Basically any tissues. I mean, but again, there's other things going on with starvation cases besides just energy levels, right? We're breaking this down to it's either fat or protein, but we're also talking about when we're eating, we're not getting the nutrients that we need, the vitamins, the minerals that are required for certain proteins and functions to exist in our body. And so again, it's a very complex physiology that's going on with starvation and with what your body's choosing to burn, whether it be the fats or the proteins. In general, we turn to fat first because that's what it's there. It's an energy store. And when we run out of that fat, the extra fat, right, that we have, in which case, for instance, mesenteric fat is not extra fat, that is necessary fat, then we turn to protein. And then we start turning back to, say, the fats that are no longer, they're not extra, but we need that energy. So the mesenteric fat, the subcutaneous fat. So it's a complicated process that I can't just shoehorn into. First this happens and then this happens.
But, I mean, in regards to having fat stores on a body, face, along the skin, that's the subcutaneous, right?
Correct.
So it's the fat that's right underneath the surface.
Correct.
And what you're saying is that someone, in your opinion, someone who can die of starvation may still have subcutaneous fat.
Correct, because it depends on, for one, it depends on how much subcutaneous fat you started with, right? Some of us might have more than others, and so we have more extra fat. But that subcutaneous fat also serves a purpose. It's our insulation. So the body doesn't want to burn all of it, right? It wants to only burn that which is extra. Then it'll turn to proteins. Then it might turn back to that fat that's no longer extra, right? The reason of having some subcutaneous fat is subcutaneous tissue isn't just fat. There's fibrous tissue in there, there's vessels in there, there's some fat in there. So you're still going to have some subcutaneous tissue, even if most of your fat has been burned off.
You testified previously that a child whose height is at the 5th percentile and weight is at the 5th percentile wouldn't necessarily be skinny, but would be normal, correct?
Well, they'd have a normal BMI.
Okay. And they would be appropriate for those measurements. They would be appropriate because the weight and the height kind of correlate.
Correct.
And are you familiar with any of the various classification systems for evaluating the severity of malnutrition?
Clinically, no.
Okay, so you're not aware of the Gomez, Waterloo, or Welcome?
So, okay. I'm aware of them. Do I use them? Do I utilize them? Can I tell you about them? No. But I do know that clinical systems exist. I'm also aware of the WHO Z-score classification for us analyzing BMI.
Okay, and you did not use that in this case, did you?
No.
And what articles did you refer to in reviewing this case, preparing this case?
In reviewing this case, I've read numerous articles in my training and experience on starvation, as well as my editorial duties with the journal. I did not turn to anything in specifically. I relied on my education and experience.
Now, your education, had you ever dealt, I mean, you did not write the article that in the chapter 4, you did not write that, did you?
Write the
chapter 4 in your textbook.
What article in chapter?
It's your chapter 4.
So did I write but you said the article in chapter 4.
Well, it is chapter 4, I apologize.
So did I write chapter 4? Dr. DeMaio and I wrote the book together. What I wrote and what he wrote, I don't know. We worked together and collaborated.
So you can't tell me if you even wrote the portion on starvation, correct?
I don't recall. Correct.
Now, if that article says that you should be relying on the water load, then you basically, you're saying that either you or Dr. DeMaio are in agreement that that should be something that should be considered in starvation cases, correct?
I don't believe it says we should be relying upon it. I believe we referenced that there are clinical measurements out there that you can use.
But you didn't apply any of these to Vinci?
Not those particular ones, no.
Well, which particular ones did you apply?
The CDC.
And on your CDC, did that focus on his weight for height or his weight for age?
So the CDC looked at the BMI being less than the 1st percentile.
My question is, did you use the data for weight for height or based off age?
So I use the data for BMI, which incorporates weight and height.
And yesterday you said that it focused on 4-year-olds, correct?
By age, correct.
4 year and 10 months to be exact.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you spoke in your testimony yesterday about stunting.
Correct.
Yeah. Was Benji stunted?
Again, it appears he did not grow from about, I believe it's about 48 months to his death at 58 months. So for about 10 months, it appears he did not grow.
But you don't have those heights charted in front of you, correct?
Correct.
So at this stage, you couldn't provide us with the data that underlies that?
I believe it's contained in all of the medical records you have there.
did he have classifiable malnutrition under any of the various systems? So, like, in your autopsy, did any of the various systems that you looked at, did you see signs of malnutrition?
I don't believe I understand the question.
Or any of the organs, weights, off? Because you don't know them. You know the weights, but they all seem to be within the standard weight.
So they're all on the low side of the range. So it depends on if you use, say, a mean weight, in which case they're all less than the mean for age. If we use a range, which is essentially a 95% confidence interval, they are all on the low side within that range.
Under Gomez, which compares, that's a type of classification, which compares the child's weight for age, would you agree that Benji would be classified as moderately malnourished?
I believe, does Gomez use the WHO Z-scores of -1, -2, -3?
I'll have to come back to you on that. Thank you. Since you didn't do any of them, you're not going to know where he fell out, correct?
Those are clinical measurements and used clinically by physicians. So yes, this was an autopsy examination.
Now, can a malnourished child die from other causes?
Yes.
Okay, and did you find evidence of another cause of death?
No.
And are there other causes of death that show no abnormalities at autopsy?
Yes.
And what are those?
The main one is suffocation.
And what about cardiac arrhythmias?
And cardiac arrhythmias.
Seizures?
Seizures when there's a seizure disorder, so there's a history to go along with that, but we wouldn't see a terminal seizure, no.
Well, and to be fair though, there's always a first when you start to have seizures, correct?
Correct. I am unaware of a single report of the first seizure in a seizure disorder being a lethal one.
And now, did Benji die of asphyxia?
So again, asphyxia would include, asphyxia is lack of oxygen to the brain by an external cause. So this could be choking, it could be strangulation. So there are certain types of asphyxia we could rule out. It's not choking, it's not strangulation. However, it also includes smothering, which is what we just discussed, that I could not exclude.
Well, and you say choking in the sense of if something got caught in his airway that restricted him from being able to breathe, and the item is then removed somehow through coughing or whatever, through CPR, that would not be something that you could rule out at death. At the autopsy.
So in order for an obstruction to result in death, it has to obstruct the airway and it has to be removed not by coughing. So it has to be removed from an external source. If it's by coughing, then that's not going to result in death. Usually that external source is EMS or medical treatment, who, when they go to put the breathing tube in, remove the item, in which case, no, if the item's removed, we can no longer see it, but we have the reports from the medical personnel who removed it.
And so the point being is that if there is something that could have been lodged in his mouth that would have prevented oxygen, and it's removed, you would not be able to tell.
If it's removed, correct.
And so you cannot rule out suffocation in this case,
Correct.
either intentional or unintentional.
Correct.
And did Benji die of cardiac arrhythmia disturbance?
I do not know.
Did he die of lethal arrhythmia?
I do not know. These are mechanisms of death.
The same mechanism, or, starvation's a mechanism as well?
Starvation is a cause.
It's a cause.
And starvation can lead to lethal arrhythmias or abnormal heartbeats. In fact, the main way that starvation kills you is usually by a lethal dysrhythmia or an abnormal heartbeat when starvation deaths die suddenly. So it's certainly possible it was an arrhythmia, but I can't diagnose that at autopsy.
Okay. Or, even if it didn't have anything to do with starvation, you also cannot, in a child that isn't even considered for starvation, arrhythmia also could not be determined at autopsy, correct?
Correct. We cannot find abnormal heartbeats at autopsy.
And did you evaluate Benji for possible genetic, or did you do genetic testing on him to rule out arrhythmias?
No.
So, given the fact that you cannot rule out suffocation at this point, cannot rule out arrhythmia, would you agree that it's possible that Benji is just a small kid that has small parents, and that he actually died from something else?
So a small child who has small parents would be, again, say, 5th percentile for height and weight, normal BMI. So this is a very low BMI. So this is a malnourished child. So I can't simply say it's a small kid from small parents. Could there have been an arrhythmia? Could there have been a suffocation? I have no evidence of that, but I don't have an ability to disprove it, no.
Well, okay. Have you had a chance to review Dr. Lucifer's pediatrics, publication in the pediatrics, official journal of American Academy of Pediatrics?
That was the Lucifer and Kellogg article on starvation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 35. Oh, sorry, 36. Is that his article? And Dr. Kellogg's?
Yes.
And looking at that, it contains a photo of a child that has passed away from starvation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that that's what it looks like when a child passes away from starvation?
This is a child who passed away from starvation.
Thank you. Oh, and I apologize. Let me just make sure. What photo can you tell? They're identified by figure numbers.
Figure 2 is the one I was looking at.
Thank you. All right, so you did the autopsy on August 18th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And when you did the autopsy, you file a death certificate that doesn't list a cause of death at that time.
Correct.
And you don't actually determine a cause of death until February 8th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before you determine a cause of death, you meet with Detective Size.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you focused on whether or not, explain to the jury that there were investigators in your office that you could deploy that are independent of the prosecutor's office, independent of law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that in this instance, after your autopsy, you did not deploy any of your investigators to this case.
So our investigators, their job is to gather information from other agencies. So in gathering the video evidence, the videos, and gathering the medical records, that's our investigators. We have no legal rights to do anything else. So our investigators can't go get videos, and we have to rely on other agencies to supply that to us. Our investigators' job is to go find out who has it and get it for us.
Okay, and so in your investigators in this case didn't get the CPS records, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't get the whole, there's this cell by report that has videos that were pulled down from Miranda's phone. They didn't get that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. The cell-by report?
There is an extraction of Miranda Casarez's cell phone that they obtained, that the law enforcement obtains.
So correct, we don't get this information. We go to law enforcement, ask them what information they have, and ask them to give it to us. We can't get these reports on our own.
I understand, but you were not provided with the extraction report that contained data from Miranda's phone, correct?
Does that data include the photographs and the videos?
So, yeah, I'm getting there. So you did not have the entire report. You got to see only what Detective Size cherry-picked out of that report for you, correct?
So I don't know about the report, so I apologize. I can't speak to the report, but Detective Size said he had video and photographs. He came to our office. He had many videos and photographs on a drive, and we sat there and watched, or I sat there and watched and looked at all of them. They were not, we watched all of them. So I don't know if that's all of them, but there were many of them.
And the point being, though, is that he was able to select which ones that you saw, and therefore you were not just given a blank slate of, hey, this is the whole evidence. He comes to you with what he wants to show you, his digital timeline, correct?
My understanding from Detective Size is that he brought all of the videos and photographs that he had. He indicated to me as such, this is everything we have, and I look at it. I do not have a way to substantiate that. That is true.
Okay. And so if there were videos and photos of Benji sitting around the table eating with all of his family and food that was being prepared at the home, you would agree with me that he didn't show you a single one of those photos?
I don't recall.
So you also did not receive the recordings of Benji himself saying that he had been eating and had food. You didn't receive those, did you?
I don't know what videos that are, so I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing videos. Okay.
All right. So if there's recordings of him meeting with CPS, and he's telling them what he eats, and he's telling them that he has food, and he's telling him that he's self-inflicting his injuries, you didn't see any of that, did you?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Now, there's something in your report, to be clear, in your autopsy where you talk about the injuries, the bruising that you see on his body. Correct?
Correct, the bruises are documented in the report.
And so those bruising, the term blunt force injury, can you explain that to the jury, what that means?
So, to a forensic pathologist, we essentially have roughly 3 types of injuries. We have ballistic injuries, which are associated with firearms. We have sharp force injuries, think about stab wounds and cutting wounds. And we have blunt force injuries, which are essentially everything else, right? So if I hit my arm on this table and I get a bruise, it's a blunt force injury. So bruises, which we call contusions, and scratches, which we call abrasions, are termed blunt force injuries, meaning it's not a sharp force that made it, it's not a cut, it's a blunt object or a blunt incident, say in a car collision or falling on the floor or hitting the table. Those are all blunt force injuries.
Okay, and so to be clear, blunt force doesn't mean that somebody else hit you with something. It just means that your body came into contact with something that caused that contusion.
It came into with a blunt force, correct. So we're not saying anything about infliction or how it occurred. It's a blunt force. It's not sharp, it's not a firearm, it's a blunt force.
And you would agree with me that you did not find any of those blunt force injuries to be the cause of why Benjamin passed away?
Correct.
And you did not really focus on that, finding out whether or not those blunt force injuries were consistent or inconsistent, because, let me back up. You didn't go do any kind of investigation as to what caused those injuries. Did you, the blunt force injuries?
So yes, as part of our investigation, again, we looked at the medical records, we have the circumstances, we follow up to police. So what we're trying to do is find a reason for all of the findings present at autopsy, including the blunt force injuries.
Yeah, but in this instance, you didn't review the very report that you would need to in order to determine whether or not those blunt force injuries were consistent with, I think you said they were, you make this a conclusion at the end of your report that, or that they're not consistent. Your statement is several blunt force injuries were present on the body without adequate explanation as to their cause, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you never even viewed the evidence, the CPS records, the July 2021 statements from the child to determine what was causing these, correct?
So
Well, the answer, and let me be very clear what I'm asking. You did not review that data. The data that I'm talking about is from July 20th, 2021 and the CPS report, correct?
I did not review the CPS report, but I had several meetings with the CPS investigators in which that information was conveyed to me. I did not know of this data that about the interview with the child on July 21st.
What date did you meet with the CPS investigators?
I do not have that with me.
And you would agree with me that in your investigative report, you note when you speak with Detective Size, correct?
Correct.
And who specifically did you speak with from the CPS department?
I do not actually recall. These were done in what are called multidisciplinary team meetings that are coordinated through Child Safe, who brings the investigative team together to discuss the investigation.
And so, are you aware that Benji was actually asked questions about how he gets his injuries?
I don't recall, no.
Now, the point being is that despite you having testified regarding Benji previously to this is the first time that you're claiming that you met with CPS.
I don't believe I was asked.
And in regards to figuring out where the injuries come from, would you agree that the bruising or the contusions, as you call them, that there was CPR done on the child prior to coming in, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes when you're trying to save a child's life, you're not going to stop and realize you might be bruising the child, correct?
Correct.
And you're not able to eliminate what or identify which bruising might have been caused from CPR and trying to save his life versus existing prior to CPR.
So CPR bruises are usually in a particular area and of a particular type. And so when we see those bruises, which we often see, we will differentiate those and pull them out as CPR bruises. So the bruises described as injuries are not consistent with CPR.
Well, was the child pulled out of a hot car and laid on the asphalt in August to give CPR by the mother or by the stepmom?
So again, the bruises that are outlined in the autopsy report as injuries are not consistent with CPR. The hot asphalt would have caused burning, not bruises.
Okay, but when you're placing a child on the ground, in any event, with someone who doesn't know what CPR, how to do it, is trying to figure it out, is it possible that those bruises, some of the bruises, could have been caused from that?
It's possible.
Let's. You didn't note in your report, anywhere in your report, what you suppose, if you talked to CPS, what you learned from CPS, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't note what you learned from Detective Size, correct?
Correct.
And in looking at your report, if you did talk to CPS and if you did talk to Detective Size, those and the medical reports are all you had to review.
As well as the autopsy information, yes.
And I apologize. I just meant in regarding investigative side of it, not your autopsy.
As information supplied to us, that is all I recall, yes.
Did you receive a copy of Detective Size's police report?
I don't recall.
And if you had received it, it would be part of your packet? You would,
No,
it wouldn't?
no.
Would you have noted it in here?
If our investigators received it, they would have notated it.
But if a detective hands it to you, it doesn't get notated?
Not necessarily, no.
At this time, Your Honor, I pass the witness.
May I see the parties, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief recess. We are still going to break early today, but I want to check with the parties on the logistics. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
All right for the jury.
All right, everybody. So that actually ended the case. They did not come back from that break. I guess they were at the end, and they felt like there was not enough time to proceed with any further cross-examination or redirect or anything like that. So the case ended with the ending of the defense's cross-examination. So as I told everybody yesterday, this was going to be a tremendously important cross-examination, and you saw it today. The points that I said were going to be made, and what she previewed in her opening statement, and that was, listen, this is a heinous case. These videos are terrible, but the bottom line is, in cases like these, it comes down to, it's just like in the Gregor case, when it was all about, at least from the defense's perspective, it was about the medical evidence. It was about, hey, these are bad people. These are bad parents. These are people that are not great parents. This is not a great example of parenting. But at the end of the day, you don't get to just say, okay, we saw this heinous video, so we're going to convict them of, unaliving charges and all this stuff in relationship to the death. You got to prove the cause of death. And what this expert just said, if you go back, it's about 20, 30 minutes ago, what I clipped it out. What she said is the cause of death can't be ruled out that it was due to asphyxiation, meaning either he somehow asphyxiated himself or it was done forcefully. And what they're going to say, what the defense is going to say, is it was done by the stepmom. Now, I want you to know about this attorney. I've looked into her. She's a very, very good defense attorney. So be expecting that this is not going to be just lay down and go home. She's going to be putting on some evidence. Doesn't mean that she's going to prove him innocent or prove him not guilty, not innocent, but not guilty. But the bottom line is, this is where she's going with it, that he was an unaware father. He was traveling. He wasn't around. And ultimately, we have a bad stepmom who's not feeding the child, abusing the child, and then ultimately does something that leads to death. Because I do believe, if I remember correctly, and I haven't seen any evidence indicating that the father was with him on the day of the death. And what you're going to see, and it was shown earlier today, is the video of the stepmom and being with the young boy on the day of his death, which means whatever happened in her custody. Now, obviously, if it was due to prolonged starvation, then this allows for the father to be dragged into it. If it was an act done by the mother the day of his passing, and again, the issue here in this case that's not popular, but it's the issue here, is that when you have an expert that comes in and says it can't be ruled out, that in and of itself is reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And in a case like this, the cause of death is relevant because it's one of the elements of the crime. You have to prove, or it's got to be proven that the cause of death was actually starvation. Give me one moment here, guys. Sorry about that. But that is, like I said, it's not popular in a case like this. It's a very difficult case. And that's why it takes a special juror to sit on a case like this and look at the case. And it takes a special kind of attorney to win a case like this, because the state says, we're going to upset you. We're going to show you all this stuff. We're going to show you the video with the distended stomach. And listen, if we're looking at neglect, maybe we have a case here. But to get to unaliving, to say that he caused the death of his son, you've got to prove that he did the acts that caused whatever the cause of death was. And that's where we're at with this. And like I said, if you look into the attorney, her name is Jody Sawyers. She is a very, very good attorney, comes from a very, very credible law firm. And she is going to bring it, and she has brought it in this case. I've been very, very impressed with her. I was impressed. You saw the state gave like an 8-minute opening. She comes out with like a 25-minute opening. She comes in hammering at the state. That prosecuting attorney, the prosecutors don't look completely prepared for this case. They seem a little out of their element, and she's in there just bam, 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 bam. Not popular, but she's hammering at the weaknesses in the state's case. And the weakness in the state's case, in a case like this, is proving the cause of death beyond a reasonable doubt. And even though you can show he's a bad dad, even though you can show this kid appears to be hungry, if that wasn't the cause of death, it matters not when it comes to the death of the child. If you could show it was a contributing factor, then it matters. So again, that's where the state's coming in here and going to say, well, could have been, but could this have led to it? And you heard that where the medical examiner said, yeah, well, starvation and things like that could potentially lead to this, or, could be a precursor for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't rule out the fact that it couldn't have been asphyxiation. Now, obviously, for it to be a formulated reasonable doubt, meaning a doubt in a reasonable juror's mind, there's going to have to be some work done by the defense on this. It's not just going to be able to be, hey, come in and leave this to the jury. That's why I'm saying there's going to be a defense case put on. There's going to be testimony from that older brother. And pay attention to what happens with these, because this attorney is going to absolutely go after it. And that's what she's going to close on. Probably not tomorrow. I don't think we see a verdict in this case until next week. So, again, this is a heinous case. This is a terrible case. This is not a case that anybody wants to see happen, because a young man appears to be was very neglected, and the police absolutely failed. And there's no question in my mind, regardless of what we saw yesterday when we watched those body cam footage, if they would have taken that young child out of the house when they did the welfare check, he never dies. If he's taken out of the custody of those people, he never dies. There was neglectful behavior going on. There was, obviously, when you have two black eyes, how those police officers are going to sit there and take that child at his word. Something's very wrong with the way we handle these type of welfare checks and complaints. I understand people are overworked. I understand it's an overwhelming situation, but we cannot allow for police officers to go in. And then when the police officer doesn't separate him from his parents, I mean, that's 101. It's like, I remember my son got in a fight, and the principal kept basically the aggressor and my son in the room. My son won the fight, but the aggressor and him were kept in the room together. And I said it was completely handled wrong. So when I got to the school, I raised hell up and down, and we ended up working out what I called a plea bargain, because the school didn't do what they were supposed to do. And obviously, to a degree, my son didn't. So we worked it out. But you don't keep them together. You never keep them together. You talk to them separate. And that child should have been taken out. And again, in my opinion, when you come in and you see bruising and you see signs of abuse, it should be mandatory 72 hours. Child's taken out of the home, taken away from the parents. It's not a winning situation for anyone, but it's a win. Even if the parents didn't do anything or aren't responsible for it, at least we get to, we get to make that determination. And in a case like this, that could have made all the difference, especially if he would have been able to be taken in and had a full medical workup, been taken to a doctor, a pediatrician, been able to see exactly what the kid says when he gets away from the parents, and put him in a safe environment. And this young man gets his life saved. So just a horrible case. But unfortunately, they were on a half day today. They will be back tomorrow. So we will be back on it tomorrow at 11 a.m. we will be back on it at 11 a.m. and we will be watching. Right now, we are on verdict watch for young Dolph. We will be on at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the Madden case. That will be in a full day tomorrow. May make its way to closing arguments. I don't know. Although I think not, because I think there's going to be more. There's going to be a defense case put on. I don't know. But I know that one's coming to a slow resolution with a couple of half days yesterday and today. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. I think the state will conclude tomorrow, and then we'll see what the defense is going to come in with. So we'll go from there. So, that's going to be going on. But keep watching. We're live on the verdict watch for young Dolph, for the young Dolph case. If that goes to verdict, we will be right there to cover it, and it will be live. So you will be redirected over there for the verdict watch to jump in the chat, talk about that, get over there, make your vote known in our live poll on the young Dolph case. Also, we will be airing and rebroadcasting and getting into, and I will be doing that here shortly, the Sarah Boone hearing that happened today. I believe there was a Brian Kohlberger hearing that happened today. We're going to try to get those up and running here momentarily. And we've got more parole hearings to run later. And, of course, there's a couple of key pivotal lives I want to do on the Tyrone Tucker case, one of which is what is very, very important. If you're following that case, if you haven't, get into my playlist. It's an important case about an innocent man in Key West, Florida, that if you haven't got into that case, it was aired in January. He's a pro se defendant. He went to trial in January, and essentially, in my opinion, won. He got a mistrial. He was out on bail at the time. A new judge came in because the original judge left the case. He was so upset with how everything went. New judge comes on, illegally revokes his bond due to alleged computer issues at an alcohol testing site, and I have personal knowledge of what I'm saying to be true. He did not miss any tests. He actually eventually got the test taken on the third try, passed the test, and 10 days later his bond was revoked. If you go over to True Crime Circus, you see where they arrest him at the airport. And I know because I was talking to Ty all the way up until he was arrested at the airport, checking on him as he was heading back down to Key West. And they pick him up, and then he ends up getting extradited across the country. Guys, we're in verdict over at Young Dolph, so we're going to end this stream and get over there. Give me a moment.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time